Today we're honored to have for our invocation Scott Harp, who's the Green River Regional Coordinator for the Department for Wildlife, and Ben Robinson is going to lead us in the pledge. He's the Assistant Director of the Wildlife Division, so we're glad to have both of them. I'm going to turn it over to them in just a minute. I also want us to remember that 18 years and 2 days ago, we had probably the single darkest day in recent American history when we lost 3,000 people in New York. So today, when they do their invocation, please keep in your hearts and your minds those 3,000 that were lost. Also think about those first responders who ran to danger instead of from danger, and all of our military personnel who for the next few years delivered justice both across our country and overseas to those who perpetrated that crime. And then finally, remember the families of those individuals who still suffer today from injuries they received or from the loss of family members. So please keep them in your prayers too. Mr. Harp, you want to lead us in prayer? All of stand, please.
You guys would pray with me. Heavenly Father, we come to you again today to thank you for your grace, to thank you for the ability to gather here as a group of individuals who are guided through you and have the ability to see the natural world that you have created for us and take pleasure in it and love it. We thank you for the blessing of being touched with a conservative heart, with the ability to manage the resources that you have provided us. We hope that what we do here today is pleasing unto you, and that we serve you in that regard, and we thank you for the blessing of allowing us to serve you in that regard. We ask that everyone gets home safely, and we ask all these things in the name of your Son, through which you provide us salvation, and it's in his name we pray.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Everyone will face the flag. Say pledge allegiance. Pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. You know, it's an honor and a privilege to start off those meetings with prayer and the pledge that remind us of where our hearts should be. Before we get started with the business of the day, a few housekeeping issues for those who may want to speak today. Remember, we try to reserve 2 minutes if you have signed up on that list. I'll try to recognize you. I don't have the list yet. They'll bring it in a minute. But be sure that you state your name if you're representing a group with their findings, and also what district you're from. That gives the district commissioner in your area an idea of where you stand on issues. Before we start all that, though, I want to turn the meeting over to Commissioner Storm for some words and some personnel issues.
Thank you all. I want to start out here to mention that we have some key promotions that have taken place lately, and if you would just join me in applause for these individuals. First, we have Kevin Kelly, who just recently been awarded our Public Information Officer position. We have Chris Garland, hot off the press today. He's our new Division Wildlife Director. He was in an acting role, and we're proud to have Chris in that role. We have Nathan Brooks. He's our I&E Division Fish and Wildlife Program Manager. And Ron Brooks has transferred into a little different position. He's our Fish and Wildlife Program Manager, and he's going to specifically be working on the fight against Asian carp. And Paul Wilkes will be assuming Ron's duties as a special detail for our Fisheries Director position. It's our pleasure to give honor to a number of our employees. Our employees are just a part of what makes us great here at Fish and Wildlife. We got so many people to be thankful for. We have 2 individuals that I think are not here today. I'm going to recognize them first. Officer Rodney Milburn. He has 10 years service, so we'll make sure to get that pin out to him. We have William Bowles, who has 20 years state service and 6 years with the department. So we're really proud of those officers. And we've got 4 today in attendance. And first we're going to start with Dane Ballsman from the Fisheries Division, and this is his 10-year pin.
Got to get the picture just right.
Good. Dang.
Then we have a guy that I recently got the opportunity to go outside and paint the front fence with, Daniel, and he actually got more paint on himself than he did on the fence. I'm really proud of him. Daniel has 23 years of service with the department. We're really proud of him. Thank you. Glad to see you got the paint off. That's good. We have Pat Bernard from the Engineering and Infrastructure Division. She has 15 years of service and 14 with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'll do it, yeah. Lastly, we have somebody that has a tremendous amount of service here to the department, 35 years, and actually this says 39 years of Fish and Wildlife service, so I think we got that backwards, but 39 years total with state government, 35 years with the department, so we're proud to have David Yancey.
They turn that way when they get old.
The pin's blue instead of
That's
green
corrosive.
at 35 years.
Tarnished.
If I may ask everyone who's got a pen, can you come up here and we'll do a group photo, please? Take just a second.
What? Yeah. Right. Coffee, water.
You were there.
Basketball coach, Phil Craig. He's at Western now with Rick. He's dear friend of ours. Dear friend of ours.
I think they were on the trail yesterday trying to get next year's, trying to get them to come early.
Big smile, big smile.
Just read the article last night. I was like, come on, get them coming.
Actually, Phil's dad, Big's coach.
Oh, wow.
In basketball,
Small world.
college basketball.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
They should have a decent team. They just lost a lot of depth this year, but they're starting 5 and pretty competitive.
I believe I speak on behalf of the entire commission that
Yeah.
how proud we are of those employees, and I can speak from a personal aspect and tell you that Commissioner Storm has looked forward to awarding that loyalty of those employees and their dedicated service to the Fish and Wildlife Agency, and we applaud all those efforts and the efforts of those of you who may not be recognized but are also working on the behalf of the department. Before we get into business, I have labored over what I want to say today to everyone here, but I wanted to kind of say it the last time, and I wanted to say this today, and I asked Brother Eaton, or Dr. Eaton, if he would do this for me because he's a preacher, but he said no, I was going to handle this on my own. So please bear with me, and the commission says they would indulge me a few minutes before we get started. I have had the privilege for the last 30 days to talk to a lot of people across the Commonwealth about some of the issues that we're talking about today. And for the 6 months before that, about many very important and somewhat controversial issues that came before the commission in the last 6 months. And I've been concerned about a couple of things, and I talked to a couple of the commissioners, and they're also equally concerned about what I'm going to talk to you about today. So I hope what I say today will be taken back to the groups that you represent and shared with other sportsmen, the concern, my personal concern and the concern of some of the commissioners. You know, with those people that I've talked to, we've talked about bears, we've talked about catfish, I've talked about elk, issues with them and the varying ideas on what we should do about those things. I've talked to people about crossbows, and we've talked to both trappers and houndsmen about these issues before us today. And I will tell you, I do not believe that there's a group of individuals in the country with a greater passion for what we do than sportsmen. And I'm proud of that passion that I share with all of you, and it's something that we all have. Whether we sit here in these coats, or whether we're out in the field with you all, or whether we're in Alaska for the last 11 days in the wilderness, we all share a tremendous passion for the outdoors. And I think that passion exceeds UK basketball passion. I think it exceeds U of L basketball. So for those of you, I heard that. I heard that back there, sir. I think it exceeds Cincinnati Reds fans, and I think it exceeds even the Steelers, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, I know Brian just now said, it's getting close now. So we have a passion that's not shared, in my opinion, by anybody else. But with that passion, and this is what I want to tell you and I want you to pass on, with that passion comes a sometimes terrible side effect of that passion, and it's blindness. Sometimes we are blinded, not by our eyes, but by our will to not see the opinions, the views, the desires of other sportsmen. Because we get such tunnel vision, knowing what we want to happen, that we fail to peripherally see what's going on around us with other sportsmen. It's a dangerous side effect. And it's a dangerous side effect in that it can cause a lot of problems that I'll get to in just a minute. And I tried to think of an example to share with everybody about how we can accept maybe the opinions of or the views of other people, how they view different issues that come before us all across the state. So I brought a box that if you're going to, well, imagine with me for a minute, this is an issue that's going to come before all of us. It's going to come before sportsmen across the state. It's going to come before the commission members. It's going to come before our legal group and our commissioner. So imagine that in this box is an issue that we've got to deal with. And I believe when you see what's in this box, you'll say, well, I understand what the issue is, but I've got a different idea than somebody else. So the issue is a hat. And as you can see, it's a striped skunk made up of the hides of 3 striped skunks. Makes a hat. And when I pulled that out of that box, everybody had a thought when they saw that come out of that box. Trappers may have had the thought, boy, I remember taking my grandson on a trapping trip, and that was one of the first things he ever saw on a trap. We harvested it. That was a really great memory. Some of you houndsmen may think, I remember standing in the line at Kroger's, the checkout line, with 2 quarts or 2 half gallons of tomato juice to get off of one of my dogs where they had an encounter with one. Some of the employees in here may think, boy, that reminds me of one dawn morning when I was going in to check some research that I was doing. My headlamp came up on the trail, and in front of me 10 feet was a skunk. And my heart beat, and my mouth got dry, and I was trying to decide which one of us is going to yield the right of way before I get to my research project. The commissioner here, and the deputy commissioner, wherever she went, and our attorneys, oftentimes deal with extremely difficult issues. Issues that are very complex and a multiplicity of different ways you could go. And the commissioner may have looked at this morning and thought, boy, with the issues I have before me, I wish they were as black and white as that hat is, because it'd make my job a whole lot easier. The commission members here, they may look at this and say, I remember a couple of months ago when Kleiner there had a proposal and it stunk pretty bad. And so I guess what I'm trying to get across is that we all have different views of an item that's before us. So I'm encouraging us to stop and look at the views of others, their concerns, their desires, because if we don't do that, gentlemen and ladies, did I get that in the wrong order? Ladies and gentlemen, if we don't do that, it's going to weaken us. It's going to weaken us as a whole. We all have the same end goal. We all see what the issue is, but our end goals, getting there, may be different routes. But if we turn our back on sharing those ideas, if we do not accept the hearing of and the vision of others, that terrible side effect of peripheral blindness will affect us. And when we get weakened by that peripheral blindness and divided over issues, those on the outside who do not believe, as we do, the way of life that we all have come to enjoy, those people will insidiously and slowly take us over. They're doing it now, silently and quietly. They're slipping up on all of us. And we may find nearer the end that we should have stuck together a little bit closer than we have. So I'm going to encourage you to go back and to lose that peripheral blindness that we sometimes get because our passion is so great for that issue. Okay? So if we leave here today and go back and share that with others, and I have shared it with a few of you all when I've talked to you on the phone, I think we'll all be better off in the long run. And those who want to destroy what we believe will not be as much of a risk as I think they are. As for me, the item that was before me, I look at it as a means of keeping a bald head warm in January when I'm out in the woods. So we've all looked at these issues different. But please be open-minded. Don't let that peripheral vision rob you of sharing the things that we love out here with everybody else. Thank you for listening. So I just needed to say that. Okay. The first thing on our agenda is the approval of commission and committee minutes. So, as everybody had a chance, we made a concerted effort, you all, because it's several pages long, to look at the minutes today prior to meeting this morning. So, are there any corrections to, any additions to, or deletions from the minutes of any of those meetings? We have A, B, C, and D. We have commission meeting, special call meeting, admin, and also a special call meeting on August the 9th. So any additions or corrections to those? Give you all a few minutes to look them over. Everybody good with them? I'll entertain a motion then.
I move that we accept all the minutes in aggregate.
Okay, Dr. Carlos has made that motion. It's been seconded by Paul Horn. Any discussion about the minutes? All in favor of accepting all four, A, B, C, and D, the minutes of all those meetings, signify by aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Okay. Any old business to be brought up? That's the next item on our program. Any old business? No old business, then we'll dispense with that. Admin, Lisa Cox is going to go over first for us approval of the quarterly financial statements. Lisa?
Morning, Lisa.
Morning.
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 There we go. That would be fun. Hopefully, the way that the meetings fall, the quarterly statements, you usually have them for a while before we actually get to the meeting where we approve them. Some things that I thought worth noting, I did a search back through we have two databases from 2007 to 2019 fiscal years. And I went back to look at the payroll and how it had hit. And the payroll has been pretty constant. When I say payroll, the actual salaries, the salaries for both your seasonal and your regular employees. And from 2007 to 2019, it went from 21,376,119 to 21,349, 230, 34. That's a pretty constant number. It has gone up a little bit over the years, but I'm telling you that we cut salaries about 500,000. We've cut salaries about 500,000, but our fringe has gone up significantly in the last year because of the increase in retirement rates. It went up $4,763,000, over almost 34%, that it went up from 2018. When our actual salaries dropped 568,000. If you look back to 2007 from 2019, our salaries only, it actually went down almost 27,000, but our fringe went up 65%. So when we're looking not only at the financial statements, but in a moment the budget, those are some things to take in consideration that I think the departments work very hard to cut our costs, but some things are outside of our control. Our overall expenditures for the year were below our budget. With that, it would have probably been even further down the budget. My understanding is in past years, one of the first things a commissioner would decide to do was to cut off spending on any equipment. And we had safety issues, and we had some program income that we lose after 5 years if we haven't spent it. So we did a increase during the year in order to purchase some of that equipment. Some of the equipment came in and was paid against fiscal year 19. We had some equipment, probably around $400,000 worth of equipment that we ordered, and for whatever reason didn't come till after June 30th. One of the examples is law enforcement trucks. They had a recall nationwide because of an emissions issue. So even though the trucks were ordered back in October of 2018, a few of them still didn't come in until June 30th. I mean, things out of the department's control. Another thing was there were some boats that were ordered, and those have not come in yet. That was more, I feel like, a matter of outside of the department. The procurement was held up once it went through finance, and so there were people that got in line before us as far as getting their boats built. So when you look at the budget, know that there was more equipment purchases last year. We did an appropriation increase to allow for those, but even at that, this year's budget, this coming year, 2020 budget we're getting ready to look at, it's gonna have some of those old purchases come through against our budget this year. Did you all have any questions about the budget, financial statements when you went through those?
Now we're dealing right now with the quarterly.
Yeah, the quarterly financial.
That'll be the first action item we have.
Right.
So any questions for Lisa about the quarterly financial April, May, and June 2019 statements first?
I'd make a motion to approve.
I have a motion from Commissioner Morgan to approve those. I hear a second.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Fisher. All in favor of accepting action item number 1's approval for quarterly statements April, May, and June signify by aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Now, about fiscal year 2020, Lisa, do you have any more to add to that, or are you going to go over it in more detail? Yes, there you go. You want to show?
So the budget, I've tried to make it friendly to even a new commission member that maybe isn't used to the overall process.
We appreciate that.
Thanks. So, the first couple of pages are an excerpt taken directly from the state budget, presentation of I think it's called a book. So like we're in the fourth book, and that are hundreds of pages long, but this is Fish and Wildlife directly from the biennial budget. So right now, I'm starting the biennial budget process for the next 2 years after 2020. This is what was approved by the governor, and these numbers match up very closely to the financial statements, because this has 19 and 20 on it, and is a good overview. It gives a total by division, a total by fund type, and it gives a little bit of an excerpt of what we try to accomplish at the department. So when we sit down to the budget here, we're talking about a management budget at that point, because we already have approved through the legislature and the governor of what we can spend. So our 2020 budget starts on page 3, and those are the restricted and federal fund receipts detail. That's a higher level roll-up. On the receipts, if you notice, there's some items noted with the number 1, and those are the increases that we received during last year. So our last biennial budget was a straight line, meaning they took the 2017-18 budget and moved it forward to the 2019 and 20. Because we had not realized any increase in our revenues from license sales yet with the new rates, we weren't allowed to incorporate those into the budget. And so I kept the same amounts that we had estimated for the previous year, even though we didn't necessarily realize those in 2019 for licenses. We actually went over what we estimated for the registration fees. And that the actual total amounts are shown on page 4 for the motorboat registration and the license revenues. Something that skews our revenues a little bit back on the previous page is that we have total expected FILO, or fees in lieu of stream mitigation, of $20 million. So when you look at that total amount of receipts of over $80 million, keep in mind that only a portion of that is used for operating or administrative costs. So in the chart that's on page 5, I only included the about 1 million of FILO receipts. Otherwise, I think that our chart wouldn't be very realistic for what we actually are going to be using for administrative costs and operating costs of the department.
So the adjustment in the motorboat registration made a $2.3 million increase in monies received?
Correct.
Is that right?
If you look at the hunting and fishing license, you'll notice that they stayed very even with each other. The last time we saw a dip in the number of licenses that were sold was, I think, 2012. I know that I've given you all the license charts before, and it was a big dip in 2012. This also dipped in number of licenses, but we stayed about even on dollars. And not only was it a license increase year, but it was one of the rainiest seasons, so a lot of people think that, you know, that had something to do with, you know, not as many license sales as we normally have. Both of them combined.
There's an 11% decrease in license sales nationwide.
Yeah. And that could very well be.
And is that fishing and hunting license? Because I remember you saying that yesterday. Did everybody hear that? I think that's an alarming number. Dr. Carlos just recently read that the hunting and fishing license nationwide decreased by 11%. 11% nationwide. So I'm going back to what I said earlier today. I think that's an indicator from the outside that that quiet opposition to our lifestyle that we've come to live is insidiously leaking in on us at all the time. So we've got to stick together in these issues, because if we're down 11%, it's not down 11% because of anything other than either the lack of interest, the pressure on handguns, long gun sales, and the pressure on eating meat. I know you're watching your cattle out in the field, as far as some of the progressives are saying about not eating beef, but I think that's indicative of what I was talking about earlier. So
That's not an outlying statistic, that's a trend.
yeah, that's it.
I mean, it's trending that way, right, Doc?
Other questions for Lisa? Lisa, I guess it goes without saying that since we now have this book, and I'm sure these commissioners will be studying it some in further detail, because it's a lot bigger print than what I get on my cell phone, that we can come back and visit issues in the future
Sure.
about this and ask you questions, even if it is approved. We can still come back and ask questions about that, or get clarifications on things that might be a little close on today. Because this looks a lot different than my little cell phone, and at my age, that print gets awfully small. It's getting smaller year by year.
The agreements that are expected over the next biennium are in here, but as there are new purchases, as there are new surveys or research projects, those of course come before the commission. These are just estimates, and some of them aren't in place yet, and you won't see actual dates. They'll say that they're pending, but they're waiting for approvals on some of them, so.
I would make a motion to approve the 2020 budget.
Got a motion from Commissioner Morgan to approve the 2020 budget. Any other discussion, or I guess I need to ask for a second first?
Second.
We've got a second from Commissioner Swallow. Any further discussion or questions for Lisa?
I'd just like to comment that maybe marketing could talk to administration about the use of heating fuels, because one is minus 2,000% and the other one's plus 40.
I tried to make a note of that, and marketing had been part of administration, and where I was new last year, I didn't catch that they didn't budget for those items. So that was as much on me as it was on marketing.
Okay, good. Well, I'm proud of Dr. Carlos. It's now only 37 minutes in, so he has sustained from adding anything for 37 minutes, so I'm rather proud of him. I hope that goes as part of the record. Any other questions before we ask the question, before I put the question to you? All in favor signify by aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay. Next action item is amend 301 KAR 3-100, special commission permits, and you have an attachment AEP number 3, and we're going to get Stephen Fields to update us on all that. Counselor?
Morning, everyone.
Good morning. Morning.
As everybody's aware, we spoke about this at the last commission meeting, and it was suggested that we begin work on amending this regulation. Talked about it at the committee meeting last month, and so we're here to actually vote today. As I've said previously, we've been reviewing the applications process and for the special commission permit, and it became apparent there were a lot of ambiguities and conflicts in the regulation, as well as some overly burdensome issues on the application process. It was causing problems for everybody applying, trying to remember what award they'd gotten back in 2003 and what happened to it and how much they earned and so forth. So we've gone in, tried to clarify things. We've gotten comments from the public on suggestions. We got comments from the committee last week or last month, and so we've made a lot of changes to the proposed regulation. Primarily, you have the due date for the applications. There was confusion on postmarked or delivered by, as there was some conflicts in the regulation. The documentation requirements on the applications were a little bit confusing. It had separate charter status for organizations that were member organizations of larger organizations, and that's something that most organizations didn't actually have. And just kind of clarifying those things and sorting out how to just rework to make it streamlined better. We've improved the application, adding more questions regarding the project that was to be performed and who it will benefit, how the funds will be spent, etc. Removed ambiguities as to the eligibility and disqualification of the organizations. We've amended the definition of an incorporated nonprofit wildlife conservation organization to more clearly provide examples of what related activities are. During the committee meeting, there was concern about limiting the time for the permit funds to be used, so a limitation has been added in to the proposed regulation. That limitation would effectively give organizations 2 years, approximately, it's according to when they actually sell the permit, to use those funds. If they aren't used, they would be remitted to the department. Put the restrictions on, apologize, I can't read my own writing. The reporting of the hunters who receive each permit, that's going to be more clearly on the obligation of the organizations to make sure they get that information to the department. The big change would be pushing everything back to the subsequent license year after selections. So that way there's more time to get everybody to have fundraisers, more time for processing the applications and so forth. There was a concern at the committee meeting to make sure we didn't miss out on deer and waterfowl for next year. So there is a provision that we've added in. So for next year, assuming this passes, it would, deer and waterfowl would be chosen for the 2020 season and for the 2021 season. And then everything else would be 2021 only. Hunting units for elk. I know a couple of commission meetings back, we discussed that when we were doing the selection process last time. So that's specifically articulated in the regulation as we've proposed. And that alleviated a lot of the concern, I believe, because it had been passed but never actually disseminated to the public very, very clearly. So it would be in the regulation going forward. It was to be randomly drawn from the elk permits received. The organizations receiving elk permits would then, at that meeting, randomly draw for the unit that they're going to be assigned. So anybody purchasing those permits will know exactly what unit they're going to be assigned to ahead of time. And I believe that's all I have. Did you have any questions?
I want to first acknowledge the hard work that our legal staff has done to get this together, because I know there's been many hours that all of you all spent in comprising this information and simplifying it and making it more user-friendly. And I also want to thank the sportsmen of Kentucky, because many of them came to us, said this is so confusing that we had difficulty applying. So with their input also, as well as commission input, I think this new way of going about the application process is going to be much clearer, more understandable, more user-friendly. So I think everybody should take a little bow for that, from legal staff to the sportsmen who put their input in, and then other commissioner members who noticed insufficiencies in it. So thank you for your all's hard work in doing that. Anybody else have any questions for Stephen?
I just had one point of clarification on page 3, item number 3, sections B and C. Where we've allowed some deer hunting on some WMAs.
I'm sorry, I lost you there.
Page 3. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what you're looking at.
The special commission permits.
I don't think I have that handout. Did I borrow some?
Yes.
Just B and C just had a.
It's something you originally gave us some time back, Steve, I believe.
Just a question on notification. You talked about a 48-hour notification. Just, I didn't know how practical that was or if that can happen.
It's on the
Oh, this
bottom,
is,
it's on the bottom of page
Okay,
one.
this is the original regulation.
It's gonna be on the bottom of page one of what you have in front of you, Steve. Where it says related activities, the last two words on the bottom of page one.
What about it?
Yeah,
I apologize.
No, I'm sorry. That was about the 48-hour notice to the
Okay,
WMA manager.
That's been in the regulation the entire time. I've modified. I believe that's currently the system for anybody hunting. But I'm just not familiar what that particular restriction is. Maybe if somebody in wildlife could jump in on that one. We didn't make any alterations to that.
I just, it seems like it conflicts with some of the things we passed recently on deer hunting on WMAs. Especially if a muzzleloader to have to notify the WMA manager 48 hours in advance.
This for the special commission tax?
For the permit holder, yeah.
Yeah.
That's always been in the reg.
Okay, just a point of clarification. That's all I had.
Yeah, as I said, it was in the reg previously. We didn't make any changes to that. I'm not sure. You know why I was in there to start with?
I think throughout precedent, because these are special tags, they can come out during any open season. But otherwise, there may be other stuff going on with WMA, just the area manager knows the special commission tags coming on there.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Any other questions for Mr. Field?
Well, I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
It says that they'll establishing that the recipients of the special commission elk permits will be randomly assigned at a hunting unit at the time of the selection. Everybody's got the same opportunity to draw the same unit. What, define unit?
The elk draw itself is divided to each hunter is assigned a unit.
7 units.
And there's 7 units.
There's 7 that exist now?
I think it's
Specific.
Zone specific.
So
Go ahead, Ray.
if I can.
Go ahead.
So you get the draw. I mean, you awarded the tag.
I understand.
At that meeting, that same meeting, if I understand it correctly, all those names are put in and they're drawn and people walk out of here with a zone-specific tag. There's not at-large tags.
I understand. There is zone or zones that are not very desirable. And are we going to include all the zones in the drawing, or would it be possible to eliminate a zone that has very few chances of having an elk harvested in it? If it's that low.
We've already voted that would be the process.
I understand the process, but.
I mean, we voted that with the tags would be zone specific.
I understand, but did we say it had to be all the zones?
We voted
Yes.
it would be all the zones, and there could be no more than 2 tags issued, because there's 10 tags,
For
7
each zone.
zones. And so the 3 zones have to have 2 tags.
All right.
And then-
How many tags are issued each year?
If we do 2.
And all the organizations applying will know ahead of time that they are gonna have a zone-specific tag, of which we can't determine what it is at that point, and will be determined at that date.
I'm all in.
Any other questions? I entertain a motion concerning the approval of August 9, or excuse me, the special commission permit 301 KAR.
I'll make the motion. I make the motion that we accept it.
I've got somebody down here, just a minute, I'm gonna get to second, and then I'm gonna recognize the audience in a minute. So I have a motion from Commissioner Swallows, a second from anyone, before we do discussion. Second from Harry Carlos. Any questions or any comments from the commission at this point? First person I'll recognize, and we only have one written down today on issue 3, and that's Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards, do you want to address that?
My name's Larry Richards, and I represent the Safari Club International out of Kentucky, Canada chapter out of the 3rd District. I've talked to my membership and the general membership for Safari Club as much as I could through the last couple, 3 weeks on this subject. We hope that the commission understands that you've just devalued all your commission permits by probably a 30% factor at the minimum when you do this. You voted to do it. We didn't do it last year on account of the public recognition. That was point one. Point two is I was part of the people that submitted to Stephen the list of things we'd like to see happen in this elk program revision. Part of that, and I see you've elected to not go with it, is the past performance of the people that have drawn permits. You want to kind of do away with that, and we think that's their past performance with their money is an indicator of their future performance with it. If they've not done well with it in the past, they're probably not going to do well with it in the future. We want to bring that up to your attention. It is a germane part of your consideration is what they've done with their funds in the past. We hope that you'll kind of revisit this program with that in mind, that you've just devalued your commission permits. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience? Okay, Colonel, go ahead.
Sign up for them. Colonel Mike Abel.
I'm not gonna hold you responsible for not signing up, but that's okay.
I did on other ones. Colonel Mike Abel.
Well, that's on
there's
public
other,
relations, 1, 2, and 3.
One of the things that we sent in, we sent like a 3-page presentation. One of the things is that a lot of the clubs that apply for the special commission permits are local and have the opportunity to change their bylaws locally. Some organizations, their national headquarters holds the only charity status. Okay, Backcountry Entertainers that way, Safari Clubs that way, cannot change from a C7 social charity to a C3 total not-for-profit. And one of the things we asked was, could you add C7? Because we have social organizations in the state of Kentucky that reorganized and changed their bylaws to be a C3 in order to apply for these commission permits specifically. And we have historical evidence that they did that. Two that come to mind, Houndsman and Trench, and that's totally fine. They have the authority to do that, to change to a C3 or to become a C3 if they so incorporate. There's some of us that have a national architecture, we cannot change that. So if we could include a C7, then you would have and that's a social charity, not a just strict not-for-profit C3. So they're very analogous to organizations that receive commission permits, but they're a national charity and can't change their bylaws to apply. So if we could also please consider, if not this time, in the future, adding C7 social charities, then you could also include other conservation organizations whose national has decided to incorporate under a different 501c3 chapter of U.S. Code.
Real quick, in 15177, we started talking, I pulled it up, it does say for special permit for incorporated nonprofit wildlife conservation organizations, it says the commission may issue a special permit to an incorporated nonprofit wildlife or conservation organization. The commission shall promulgate administrative regulations. So I don't know if that would fit under.
The C7s have been excluded based on not the KRS,
right,
but the administrative. What Stephen is talking about now, the administrative side, has excluded everything but C3. While the KRS does not care.
But would they, yeah, so they would be included, a C7 would be included as an incorporated nonprofit?
They are.
Right.
All the 501Cs, so C4 or C6 is a Chamber of Commerce charity.
Right.
They're all not-for-profit charities. They're just different sections of the U.S. Code.
So then they're included under the possibility of an application?
The KRS allows it. What you gentlemen are discussing today, the administrative regulations that further define who's eligible, is what disallows it.
So being specific to C3 disallows it.
Yeah, yours says C3 alone. If you were to, and I don't think 4, 5, and 6 applies because they're Chamber of Commerce and other type not-for-profits. But we do have shooting clubs. That's why I brought up, the trap shooters do great work for shooting sports and national shooting sports, absolutely. But it's more of a social club than a wildlife club, right? So there's other social clubs that are bound by their national charter and national bylaws that can't change to a C3 to become eligible for these. If you were local, you just have your local board meeting and change it, you're good to go.
Okay, thank you, Colonel.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Evan?
There's a distinction between a non-profit and a not-for-profit, and they're used interchangeably quite a bit. But a non-profit is a 501c3 that you can donate money to and take a charitable deduction, where a not-for-profit are the social clubs that they don't have to pay income tax, but you can't take a deduction. And I think when the legislature said non-profit, we would have to look at whether it's a non-profit or not-profit, and there is a distinction between those two.
So my contention would
We
be
can look
that
into that, but yeah,
the KRS and the legislature, I don't think, this is what Karen was talking about, and the way we read it and our board of directors read it is, we fall under the KRS. What we fall outside of in our ability to apply is the KAR, which we see that this group.
And the statute says nonprofit, so we need to look at whether it's a nonprofit or a not-for-profit. And there is a distinction between those two groups, so we'll look at it.
Okay, so I think that's food for future consideration. So the question is, do we have a motion and a second to amend 301, 100 special permission permits? So all in favor say aye. And opposed, no. Motion carries. And we'll make a notation, if you would there, Stephen, that's something we can look into, that clarification of the KR. Okay. Anything else for Stephen other than, is that yours, Stephen?
That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then I guess the next is,
Thank you, Stephen.
yes, thank you for your hard work. And thank you, Sportsman, for your input. Amend 301 KAR 4-09, taxidermy and buying and selling of inedible wildlife parts. I think Karen and the Colonel's shaking his head no, so Karen, you're carrying the ball.
Like how they did this.
Lateral if you need to.
The bait and switch is what they just pulled on me. All right.
And we'll ask Major Estes to keep the Colonel from leaving the room, just in case we need him.
Well, we got to keep some from keeping Major Estes from leaving too. We need him as well.
Oh, he enjoys being here.
He does. So gentlemen, the action for this is to create a required registration system for cervid meat processors as defined in 150.722 in order to have accurate contact and location information for businesses. So this is not a permit, this is simply a registration. So there are a couple of statutes and also regulations pertaining to cervid meat processors. In 722, it defines them and it talks about the proper disposal of deer meat. So as far as all the things that we've talked about for the taxidermist and burial and everything else as well. So we need to have accurate information as to where they are, who's the owner, phone number, contact information. Second reason we need it, not just for enforcement, but also to provide information to these processors. You know, chronic wasting disease, and now, you guys know, is in 6 of the 7 states that surround us. And we have, it's very important that we be able to contact them and know where they are in the event we get CWD to enact our CWD response plan. But also in the prevention, in our prevention plan, and contacting them and educating them about chronic wasting disease and the laws pertaining to carcasses, carcass importation, everything else. So they are very important to us, and that relationship, to be able to send information out to them quickly, them to be able to contact us, and education is also important. That's why we're asking for a registration today. And there's no fee, I should say, no charge, it's a registration.
Commissioner, let me ask you, have you all run this by meat processors?
We've spoken with
we've
meat
had some kind
processors,
of
yes.
conference with them or a survey with them to see
Yeah,
what they...
We talked about it during the legislative session. We're actually trying to get statute change and get added a permit for them. They were very concerned about the cost. They had no issues with the registration, but they were concerned with a permit and cost, even though we told them it would be similar to taxidermists, or I even had said free. I don't care, it could be a free permit. We were just, again, we tried to explain to them we need to know where they are at this time. Now, obviously, for enforcement purposes, a permit is going to be a lot stronger than a registration, because a permit can be revoked, whereas registration, it would be a citation in discussing with the colonel and the major. So, but registration, they don't have an issue with because there's not a cost associated with it.
Any questions for Commissioner?
This is part of our CWD program. I'd like to move that we amend 301 KAR 4:090 as written on the attachment AEP 4.
So I have a motion to approve, to amend that action item D. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
We have a second from Commissioner Eaton, Commissioner Eaton. So Carlos made the motion for your records over there. Any further discussion or any questions of Karen? Any taxidermists in the audience want to make any comment? No taxidermists, meat processors? All in favor of the amendment?
You have one.
Signify by aye.
You have one in
Oh,
the
oh,
audience.
You have one.
I got one. Go ahead. Thank you, sir. I didn't see that hand. I'm vertically challenged in this chair. I don't know why it sits lower than everybody else's, but at 5'10", I guess I need to be 6'6", so. Go ahead, sir.
Roger LaPointe, Kentucky Hunters for the Hungry. I'd like to second Karen's assessment because we as an organization, I don't have a database to reach out to processors to find ones to join our network. And this would greatly increase our ability to get only one processor into our mix. And once the processors that I've talked to have no problem registering calls. So,
And I should have mentioned that this also obviously will help us with Hunters for the Hungry as far as trying to, especially if we're trying to target certain areas for meat processors, for Hunters for the Hungry, for donations. This will definitely help us.
There's no further discussion. We'll put the question to you. All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That motion carries. Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you, Colonel.
I'm gonna get Jessica real quick.
You just went back to the domain.
Okay, Public Relations, Brian Blank.
Here.
And Brian Blank is a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. We have noted that previously, but,
I thought he would like the Bengals. Bengals.
I thought he was a Louisville fan.
Louisville fan.
no.
Pittsburgh.
We'll bounce back against Seattle, I'm confident.
Before we start public relations,
right
I would be remiss if I did not mention, most of you remember that Nan has made a lateral transfer over to the Department of Education. Department of Education? Is it Department of Education? She's made
Secretary of Education.
Secretary of Education, yada, yada, yada. So Nan is no longer with us. So the force of the two ladies up front has been cut in half, but the responsibility is still the same. So I think the commission, and I know the commissioner, want to thank Jessica Tyler for doing more than is expected of an individual. She's been working real hard. So we want to acknowledge for the record the hard work that Jessica's been doing to keep the commissioners informed, sending out all this information, making information for you all. So we wanted to acknowledge Jessica's hard work, and she's doing extra duty trying to keep Nan's position going. So thank you, Jessica, for your contribution to everything.
And she's taking on regulatory duties as well.
Yes, that's right, regulatory help too. So Brian, I did part of your work in public relations there, so you may carry it from here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming to Frankfort today to help us do this. And,
Good morning, Brian.
thanks for being willing to serve. I guess our first item, the information item, is the commission statement about elk relocation to the AWF property.
I will.
Commissioner?
Yes. The reason I'm reading a portion of this is I'm the chairman of that committee. It came from our committee, so I'll set the stage. During our last Public Relations Committee meeting, a motion was passed requesting that the commission address the public relations issue regarding elk being relocated to the Appalachian Wildlife Foundation property. This motion requested that the commission make a statement about the relocation project, consider a process to review the agreement the department has with the Appalachian Wildlife Foundation, and look for improvements to that agreement, and perhaps have a moratorium on moving elk there. So I'm relaying that to you, but let me just insert. These 5 responses are in addition to what has already been sent out. So if they don't stand alone, they are incorporated in.
I think, did we make available the information on facts about elk restoration out there today?
Yeah.
We made those available there. So I want to read the 5 responses from the commission to all of you. I hope you can hear me. I think my voice carries pretty good. Number 1, for public information and transparency, the department recently prepared a statement titled Facts About Elk Restoration in Southeastern Kentucky, which was vetted by the commission at last month's committee meetings. That document was then posted on the department website, fw.ky.gov, on the homepage. Number 2, in January of 2018, the department publicly announced its partnership with the Appalachian Wildlife Foundation for promoting elk viewing opportunities, further restoration activities in the elk zone, and conservation education. This effort was announced using virtually every communications platform of the department, including a piece on Kentucky Afield TV, a news release, and multiple social media posts. One Facebook video posted on the Elk Restoration Project was viewed nearly 240,000 times and was shared on a variety of popular media sites worldwide. Number 3, since the time that issue was raised, the department has received a total of only 6 different Facebook inquiries on the department's Facebook page, which has over 158,000 followers. Similarly, our information received just 3 calls and 1 email requesting information on this issue. After providing these inquirers with the Facts About Elk Restoration statement, the inquirers either expressed satisfaction with the department's response or did not inquire further. Number 4, in January of 2019, the department completed its 3-year elk restoration effort on the 12,000 acres in Bell County that is managed by AWF for the development of a viewing and interpretive wildlife center. The 241 elk are freely moving on and off the property, which is not fenced. Some of these same elk and their offspring have dispersed over a 10-mile area from the AWF property, and some are being hunted and harvested by those selected for permits through the Kentucky elk hunting drawing. Number 5, well before the most recent committee meetings, agency leadership had already met with AWF leadership to begin preliminary discussions about further collaboration and development of an updated agreement as we near the conclusion of our current MOU period, which concludes in September of 2021. Another meeting was held recently to further this discussion. Commissioner Storm welcomes the input of commission members in this process. So that's the statement from the commission. Commissioner Wallace, since it was your request of those issues, does that satisfy your request of the information that you wanted?
I asked for 3 things, and you covered those and a little bit more. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Brian.
Okay.
I think that's where we are with this portion. Now, I think we've got a couple of statements that want to be made from some concerning that number 1. That number 1 statement. Have got just one person that signed up for number 1, but I'm not sure if anybody signed up for those. So do you have any more that you want to share on that issue before I ask?
I do not.
Okay, we'll come to issue number 2. Anybody want to approach the mic about issue number 1? Mr. Richards, go ahead now. Mr. Richards, am I looking at your writing here that you said you have issues about 1, 2, and 3? About number 1, the expansion and the voluntary surrender of elk permits? All 3 of those you want to talk about?
I'll talk about them one at a time, sir, as you discuss them in the membership.
Okay, and you're going to hold your
I'm
time?
going to talk about this.
Okay, fire away.
This, first of all, I'm going to clarify, this is a memorandum of agreement, not of understanding. As to the 5-page history, facts of elk restoration, it was a great history of the elk restoration product in Kentucky. However, in all your public comment that was solicited, it was never mentioned or never told to the public that AWC was a private foundation. fact that that 1,000 acres or 568, as I can determine, that belongs to the AWF itself. The rest of it's been leased up in a circle around it. My own personal inspection of the place has proven that the county road is blocked at the top of the hill. There's no access to the property whatsoever. There's no question that we're going to be charged to see those elk. Whether they're roaming freely on or not, the property or not, it really is immaterial at this point. They're public elk on private property. The fact that, you know, that facts of elk restoration left out a few salient points. Number one being the public comment. You failed to mention to the public that it was in fact private property putting those elk. The charge, the funds that were used to do that, I'm still trying to track all that down. But this issue isn't going to go away. My membership particularly is very concerned that as it stands right now, that MOA is still in force. You could move elk tomorrow with it if you wanted to. I think the public outcry is going to be horrendous if you do. We'd like to see that memorandum completely revisited and in the very near future. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other comments about issue number 1? Information item number 1? Thank you. Go ahead, Brian, with number 2.
Okay.
Or number B.
So B and C are kind of rolled up together in terms of the expansion of the elk hunt drawing application and then the voluntary surrender of elk permits. As I reported to the PR committee at the August committee meeting, we are currently evaluating potential for expanding the drawing application window. As I also reported, we are evaluating the possibility of concluding the application process at an earlier date. Let me say to this body, we are being diligent and making every effort to be comprehensive in our effort to gather the necessary data so in the future we can make the optimal decision. To be clear, the soonest any changes to the current system could be deployed would be as part of the 2021 application process. The bullet points underneath that, we are currently analyzing survey data, which I thank many of you in this room for completing those surveys. We're analyzing sales history, the potential impact of the voluntary surrender, which Wildlife is working on, and we're communicating with them on that potential process. The compatibility of any changes to our current license delivery system. As a reminder to this body and to everyone in the room, we are currently in the process of working on a new license delivery system. So there are implications if we make changes to the elk application process. If we deploy that, if we deploy or make any changes prior to accessing the new license delivery system, we would essentially be doing something twice. That's not to say we wouldn't, it's just to say that we have to think about how would it be leveraged and how would would it be converted to our current system, any changes, and then what would be the implications on a new license delivery system, which we've talked about and that we're exploring. And so that's yet to be determined. And that possibly could be a third-party company that would deliver that new licensing system. We're going through state government procurement policies and procedures on that. We're also taking a look at purchasing habits of current customers. I want to thank Commissioner Storm, Commission Chairman Carl Kleinert, the PR Committee Chairman Jeff Eaton, and the committee members Kevin Bond, Brian Fisher, and Ralph Swallows for their continued input on this. And each one of the commission members, because everyone at this table has helped provide input, and we greatly appreciate that. I also want to thank you for your patience and the confidence that you have entrusted in the agency and me as we look to improve an already outstanding program. This program last year generated over $800,000 for Kentucky Conservation. We saw 39,163 customers apply. That's the third highest participation level in terms of applicants that we've ever had. And we also, I want to compliment the folks that put our point of sale system together and help maintain that. Because besides the over 80,000 applications that were processed, we had 27,000 applications processed in the last 2 days of the application period, and we had no hiccups. So it's an already successful, hugely successful program. It's modeled by a number of other states, including some close conversations we've had recently with Pennsylvania, who are adopting some of our best practices. But we're not resting on that. We're looking to make it better. We're looking to improve it for the future. So I want to thank all of you for your support, and that's our update for today.
Any questions for Mr. Blank? I think from the audience, we've got 2 or 3 people that'd like to make a comment about number 2, which is expansion of elk drawing application periods and voluntary surrender of elk permits. Who's up? Who's in line? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Richards.
My membership is totally in agreement with moving this application deadline forward and getting at least a second chance at these. I think it increases our income and it brings us more in line with the ability plan, as we all do, for out-of-state hunts. If we know we're going to get a Kentucky permit, or if we've drawn a Kentucky permit, we can make our out west plans around that, because obviously we'd want to hunt here. My membership's wholly in favor of that, and we say the sooner the better. I understand the wheels of machinery run fairly slow, but we need to kind of speed this up and keep it as simple as possible. The almost 100 applications in 2018 that didn't get, the 100 licenses that didn't get bought, is a sticking point for us. Because that's 100 opportunities that were lost, and it's 100, the economic impact's in the tens of thousands of dollars. So we encourage the department to move forward very quickly.
Okay. So I'm excited to know that we did something right for you. I'm saying that with a little bit of humor, a little tongue in cheek, but
I understand, sir. But I mean, kudos where kudos are done.
Well, I think that's a combined effort of everybody. I think your organizations and many of the hunting organizations wanted that, and it was agreed with the commission that that's a good thing, the way we're doing that application, and trying to reuse those tags, reutilize those tags. So thank you, and I'm just kidding.
Can I get a point of clarification?
Yes.
On when you talk about reuse of tags, are you suggesting we do both bull and cow that are surrendered, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think the number of tags is the harvest objective, whether it's bull or cow. That's what you want to kill.
Okay.
And if any of those that we let go, we've lost the dollars and the harvest objective. To keep Gabe's numbers in line with what he wants to kill, I think we should. So there may be a point at some point where after this 3-year study, we decide we've got not enough cows and we're going to take cows out of that, but certainly the bulls. I'd also say that the voluntary surrender of elk tags, not incurring a 3-year sit-out penalty, that's probably a good idea. It makes a person make that decision sooner rather than later. But there needs to be a cutoff before that second opportunity. If you're not going to hunt, fine, you've missed your 45-day window or 2-month window to turn that tag in without the penalty.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Okay, Colonel, your turn, I guess.
Colonel retired Mike Abel, 3rd District. Very proud of Rough Swallows, can say that publicly. I represent Kentucky Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. For y'all that don't know or not familiar, it is the fastest growing conservation organization and the youngest conservation organization nationwide. When I go to meetings, I'm one of the oldest people in the room. If you go to Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, you won't see that. I'm one of the youngest people in the room, pushing 50 years old. And I'm the vice chair for Kentucky. Our chairman has took a day off work to be here to visit with y'all today. It's Stephen Flagg. He's sitting right here. Dr. Carlson and Mr. Fisher asked me at the last meeting when we talked about this in committee, specifically about the cow tag. I addressed it to our board of directors, and they had a very similar response to the Spartacus board of directors, which was, once we figure out what the next 3-year study that Gabe and Chris are doing with UK's help, if we need to reduce or even eliminate cow, elk, harvest to get those numbers right, then our board would be in support of that. But until we have the scientific data, we're, it's ifs, ands, and buts and sugar nuts, we're not sure. And you gentlemen can't be sure, that's why you're asking for more scientific data. What we read between the lines with items 2 and 3, is that we're looking at a second chance drawing. It doesn't actually say that, but, and what we addressed to the Elk Guys Association, their concern also was for cows and herd health. And our response was, even if you reduce it to 500 tags, it appears that there will be a 10% number-ish that are won, but not purchased. And there's a 10% opportunity that is then lost. Both economic impact locally down in eastern Kentucky and Department revenue for the purchase of those tags. So our organization would support a second chance drawing. We don't actually see it here, but we read between the lines on items 2 and 3 that that's what's being worked on.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel. Any other comments about item B and C in the public relations? Thank you, Mr. Brian Black.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure.
Is everybody holding on all right? Everybody doing okay? Any breaks? There's a break needed right there. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
I'm not gonna fight you. I'll fight with you. I ain't gonna fight. I'll fight with you. If I do come out.
Wait till after that. We don't screw that
Welcome back, everybody. I assume everybody's a little bit lighter, but me, I never got out of here. Next on our agenda is hearing from fisheries. So I'm going to turn the table over to Ron Brooks.
Thank you. I'm going to sit in for Paul today because Vicky did that for me when I first started, so I'm kind of completing the cycle of a committee meeting and commission meeting, so no biggie. The first on the agenda item is the approval of minutes for the August 9th, 2019 Fisheries Division Committee meeting.
We've already
done
yes,
all
sir.
that.
You may dispense with that. We approved all the minutes at one time.
We need to take that off our agenda.
Thank you. We approved those all in the early part of the meeting.
All right, yeah, I know you did, but
So
it was on my agenda.
your first item should be amend 301 R1006 or 016.
Exactly. And use of lands on and waters on lands owned or controlled by the department. You know, a landowner came in, it's been a while now, to ask for an increase in the number of steps going down our essentially our bluffs on Lake Malone, to increase the number of steps so that folks that are buying houses or have houses near a bluff can access the shoreline. Basically doubling the number of steps from 36 to at least 50 or more, and to increase the number of landings from 1 to at least 2 or 3. Basically, he contends that the current maximum number of allowable steps was sufficient when the first lots were developed, and evidently in 2010 when the regulation was made originally. And but now there's very few lots that can meet the 36-step rule and reach the bottom safely. And so basically he has asked for this amendment. And you know, the current regulations are about 9 years old now. When I was coming in, Benji Kimmin was putting this to bed more or less. And I can remember some of the meetings we went to, and we talked with the residents, trying to get something that the landowners could agree on and still maybe keep some of the natural beauty of the lake intact. This was a very contentious issue. This is purposely left out of the initial regulations because of the natural beauty aspect. And so that's why the regulation sits the way it is now. And one of the things we wanted to do moving forward is to find out was the attitude of the landowners around the lake similar to what it was in 2010, and that's why we had a public meeting where not too many people showed up. So we followed that up with a very complete survey where we queried 753 addresses from Logan, Totem, Muhlenberg PDA offices. We only had 143 replies. 69 were against amending the regulation. 74 were for the proposed additional tier. We also received a letter, unsolicited letter from Muhlenberg County, their conservation club, and basically all 296 of their members were against this. Again, we did not solicit anglers. We were primarily interested in trying to find out what the landowners, what their attitudes were, and whether or not they were the same as it was 10 years ago. This proposal has no biological effect, so typically what we tried to do is let you guys know all the facts, and you know, you guys are going to have to live with the decision probably more than we are, because you're the ones that get called on these issues. So that's what I have, and what we're here for today is to find out whether or not the commission, it's your pleasure to move this forward or to just deny it from being moved forward as far as amending or not amending the regulation.
What questions do we have for Mr. Brooks? No engineering problems as far as environmental impact. If steps were built, there's nothing that would
No, it's
be an environmental impact?
Yeah, as far as the environment or, you know, the effects of building these structures down the bluffs, very, very minimal, probably, that we'd have to worry about that one. It's more of a vision thing.
If there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion from the commission. Anyone have any questions? Any more comments? I'm gonna reserve that.
Couldn't quite hear what
Yeah,
you-
I'm gonna reserve you at the mic in just a minute, sir. Any questions for Ron or any motions from the floor?
We're gonna hear the discussion from the room first.
Okay.
If-
So, if we don't have a motion yet, we'll hear from the floor. Are there 2 or 3 people who want to speak on that issue? I have one written down here. Is this Griff? Is that what it says here?
I wanted to discuss it.
Oh, that's Pioneer Weapons. Okay, that's somebody else. Anybody on the floor want to ask any questions of Mr. Brooks or make any comments concerning the extension of this steps amendment?
If I could. my
Yes,
name's-
sir. Please
okay.
come to the microphone. Tell us your name and the district you serve or.
Yeah, my name's Chris Irvin. I'm Deepwater States out of Lake Malone. I've been out there for about 13 years. Do appreciate everything you guys do, and I know it's tough decisions you're going to be making. These stairs are pretty much for safety reasons now. People are going to get down the hill either way, and it's just helping people to pick up 1 or 2 more steps that they need, and it's strictly safety now. They can scoot on their butts, get down there. It's going to happen, or after they put the steps in, they're going to build it after the fact. Then it's going to be a problem later. So it's kind of, I think you can get these put in right, charge a fee, and everyone's gonna be safer by doing it this one particular way. If you can give them that. We're not coming down straight down bluffs. We're not doing it. We're not creating more properties. It's just getting people safely down the hill. That's all this is gonna do now. Because people are building these super steep steps. They don't meet any codes, no engineering, but they just gotta get to the bottom as quickly as possible. By adding these steps, they can put the proper fall and that kind of stuff. So that's all I wanted to kind of throw out at you guys. Thanks.
Well, this issue's been going since, did you say 2010?
It actually started probably around 2008 or so when the public reached out to Benji, the director at the time, to do something to keep people from just building whatever they wanted, and because it was destroying the natural beauty of what is left on that lake that's still naturally.
Okay. Well, I would remind the commission that if it's been going on that long, both sides of the issue probably want to get this resolved instead of it down.
So this latest thing's just been going on maybe a little over a year.
That's pretty long.
For the
Instead of
amendment.
this dying on the floor,
Right,
that I think both sides of this issue want the commission to try to resolve it. So I would encourage you to consider that as we look at this motion. I hear silence on the floor. Everybody's checking the mic right now to make sure we're all still here.
Since the majority of local people that came to these meetings and responded to the questionnaire,
Yes, sir.
since the majority of people do not want the steps, just to get the ball rolling, I'll move that we do not pass or amend KAR 301 1.0.
So wouldn't we just let it die, not?
No, that we don't change anything.
I'll second that motion.
So I have a motion from Dr. Carlos that this be defeated, and a second from Commissioner Fisher.
Can I correct that a little bit?
Yes, sir.
There was actually 69 that were against it, and 74 of the landowners, or adjacent landowners, were actually for it. So a slight,
What are we saying?
slight
I think
majority
that,
saying that they was for it.
But according to my math, we had about 184 versus 88. 184 no's and 88 yeses.
Well, the 96 campers, they're sitting on leased grounds, and we really didn't count them in the tally because it was basically a landowner survey. But I just gave you that information because it was provided to me as far as,
296.
that was of the community, yeah.
96 have campers and cabins.
Yeah, there's 296 Muhlenberg County Conservation people that voted no, Right. 96 campers that voted no, and there was one meeting where there were more yeses than nos, and one meeting where there were more nos than yeses, according to what I have here, so I feel that your correction is in
The public we
Thank
serve
thank
at
you for
large.
that
Just wanted to
clarification.
clarify that.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Then I have a motion and a second before the floor to not allow the amendment to increase that number of steps. All in favor of that, signify by aye.
Aye.
By no, signify. Then the motion carries to defeat that amendment. Your second thing, Ron?
My second thing was to amend 301 KAR 3022, the license tag and permit fees. And I put down there the justification was in the event that this proposed amendment was approved, which is not. But during that meeting, I also was asked to look into the total cost that we put into this program of oversight on our boat docks and access structures, and as opposed to the total cost or revenue that we receive from the landowners. Basically, what it broke down to is we spend around about $40,000 a year when you think about Amy Acres, which keeps records, provides permits, and we have a 9-month interim that we put on this full-time for 9 months, and we have a merit person who spends about 20% of his time helping the interim do the surveys and everything like that. Throw all that together with maintenance costs and gas, basically it's 40,000. It's a 4-to-1 ratio, what it costs us versus what we get back from this program. And so I just wanted to make sure I threw that out there because it was requested.
Well, we can still then amend the amount of fee. We could amend that even if we did not approve the increase in steps.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes. I would say that we're on a 10 and 15-year structure, and those are up, I think, and Amy could correct me, but I'm thinking it was 22 or 23 and 27 or something like that when these 10-year.
The boat docks are 2027 and the shoreline use permit is 2024.
Okay, so in other words, we're in the middle of the original regulation period, and so I would, I'm not sure exactly how we would move forward quickly on changing these prices.
So we don't really have that change until 2024 is the first change?
For shoreline use.
Will be the pleasure of the commission. And do you all want to address this at a later time, or do you want to address that fee increase now?
I'll make a motion that we put it on the next fishery committee meeting. That way we give time to discuss it and post it for the public, because we don't have to act right now.
Right, yeah, it's not a time constraint issue, it doesn't seem like.
So
So
we can
Do
pass
the
it.
permits go with sale of real estate?
Yes, it's transferred, yeah, to ownership, yes.
And this would be an issue where we'd have to have a public meeting as well, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a motion from Commissioner Fisher then to place this on the next committee meeting to discuss potential fee changes at a later date.
Can I clarify that to state that it's an increase of fee so that we're not undercharging our services?
Yes, sir. That'll be noted in the record, I'm sure. Do I hear a second to that motion?
Yes, I will.
We have a second from Commissioner Morgan. All in favor of that motion signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That motion carries. Thank you, Commissioner Fisher. Ron, you now have a third item, naming of Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah, this is just kind of an update item. We've been approached by the mayor of Williamsburg, Ronnie Harrison, and he's asked to name our Cumberland River boat ramp in Williamsburg after former mayor Marcella Mountjoy. Marcella was mayor of Williamsburg at the time the ramp construction and worked with our agency to get the ramp installed. So this is the kind of request we get now and then. I guess those of you who've been a couple of years have seen this before. And really, we don't own the property. We lease the property to be able to build the ramps. So that's why it's an update. We're not asking for permission. We're just letting you know that we're on board with this to happen, and it's going to happen regardless because they own the land. But I just want to make it an update.
So then, is that an action item that we need to
Nope,
vote on?
it's just an update.
Well, it's down there as an action item.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
I think at the time, we weren't sure, Gene Bird with the cabinet's been helping me with this, we weren't sure whether or not it was something that we had to vote on here because they own the land, is the naming they can go ahead and do. And she determined through looking at the agreement, that we have with the county that they can have it.
In spite of that, I believe Chris Urban wants to update us on that. Chris, are you here?
No, he's wanted to talk about the boat docks.
Oh, okay.
Our boat access structures.
Okay.
I do have an unannounced update, if you don't mind. It's kind of something that came up right at the last minute. We are going to be providing some information to the media about an alewife and die-off that we're seeing right now in Lake Cumberland. That's probably a precursor to the striped bass issue that I talked to you about last August. The band of oxygen deep in the lake is being consumed by the hydropower, and it's already got to the point to where it's probably irreversible. We've seen this happen in 2010 when the water levels were down in the lake, and they exhausted the oxygen levels in that year. We didn't think we had to worry about that anymore, I don't think, for the most part, because we've never had that issue when we had full lake. But with all the rain we got this year, what happens when it rains a lot, they have to release a lot of water. And in my opinion, they could have done a few things differently, but the bottom line is, with all the rain that they had to release a lot of water out of that oxygen bubble, and we're about to lose it. So what we'll probably be doing is looking towards doing what we did in 2010, where we basically provided an emergency regulation. And Karen, you probably have the statute that allows us to do this, but where people can actually still only harvest 2 stripers, but if they see more abundant fish on the surface, rather than just let those die and rot, we allow them to dip up at least 5, so up to 5 fish. So just to let you know, that announcement's coming out about the shad and the alewives, and I'll be very, very surprised if the striped bass issue doesn't arise as well pretty soon.
Thank you.
I think our biologists really think something's going to happen this weekend. So.
Do you care to give the commission an update on the Asian carp situation? Since
Sure.
you're now going to subspecialize in Asian carp, do you care to give us a quick update on that? Because I know some of them are curious about what's happening.
We've had been doing a lot of work behind the scenes with the federal agencies and some congressional members to try and get the funding for Asian carp at a national level, which has been requested by MICRA for the last 10 years. And we're getting a lot of traction on that. And so, we have this issue, these issues out in western Kentucky where we're trying to basically save a very large tourism associated with Kentucky and Berkeley lakes. The BAF system that we're working on, for instance, to try and keep fish from coming up from the tailwater in the Ohio River, which is extremely important for the work we're doing with the commercial industry in the lakes to reduce numbers. That's going to start in October now. It's almost a certainty with the water levels the way they are. They've been able to get in there and prepare the substrate for the sound system that has to go in. So I believe by the middle of October, that extremely important research is going to be going on. Beyond that, we worked very hard with the USGS and again congressional members that took their support. We're going to be able to get that modified unified method into Kentucky in February. And we're working out some last-minute details and an MOU on that with Illinois to borrow their nets if necessary if the USGS's nets don't come in on time. This is important to everybody, including the Great Lakes, because we're going to be working in a deep water system in the Kentucky Lake, and that will more imitate what they would get into in the Great Lakes than some of this work they've been doing with that method in these other reservoirs. So I know the USGS researchers are certainly on board, but there were some logistical issues with using GLRI-funded netting, but I think we've gotten past that. So it's almost a certainty at this point that that's going to go forward. We're very excited about that. We're also trying to work on a system where, with the state government, where if we work with research entities like we want to do, there's a couple entities out there that has some potentially very effective methods that right now aren't legal. And so what we do is we create research projects, and then we are out there with them every time they go out. What we need to do is have a really good way of disposing of those fish, whether it be the modified unified method or some other private research entity that we're working with. Instead of just putting them in a landfill like Illinois did and Missouri did, which is really bad PR, especially if you're trying to help an industry get started like we are in Kentucky. We're trying to find a state mechanism that will allow us to let those researchers dispose of the fish any way they want. And if they want to sell them, fine. If they want to put them in disposal or landfill, that's fine too. So that's some of the things we're trying to do right now. It's very important that we move as quickly as we can on that. Because I have a research entity that not only has some really good methods for harvesting aside from the modified unified, but we'll also be able to incorporate the final steps of modified unified when these Asian carp are all bunched up in one compartment. It's always been a difficult proposition to get those out from that one compartment. This entity has some really high level equipment that we might be able to use to make that simpler. So if we can get something like that passed through the state, that would greatly help us. And we're working right now with finance to do that. So hopefully we'll make some inroads on that. Beyond that, Jessica had her baby and bouncing baby boy.
I hope so.
Very healthy. They're all very healthy. The biggest thing about Jessica is keeping her from coming back to work too soon. She's a fantastic organizer, and she works really, really well with people. So as soon as we can get her back to better, I'm going to spend a lot of my time in Western Kentucky to kind of try to make up for her absence at one point, and then to augment some of these research projects we have going.
Well, I think it goes without saying that the commission greatly appreciates your vast knowledge in fisheries, your contribution over the years, and your previous position, and wish you the greatest of luck in your new position and your expertise with Asian carp, which is obviously a big problem. So, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hey, Ron, if we can kill striped bass by letting water out of Lake Cumberland, and Asian carp seem to be more sensitive to temperature and oxygen content in the water than other fish because they have kill-offs every time something changes. What would happen if we let more water out of Kentucky Lake faster and depleted oxygen in the Kentucky
Interestingly, we occasionally will have a die-off in spring, partly because of that. Partly because it's really a bunch of factors that came together. Like I think it was 2014, we had like 4-point-some million pounds of Asian carp that died, or numbers of Asian carp that died that one spring. And everybody was looking for just that, that one thing that would really make it work. As it turns out, there really wasn't one thing. There was some embolism because of that, but that was just with the fish that were crowded up against the dam, basically below the gates. Mostly it was stressors brought on by a very cool spring after a cold winter, and it was the first spawn attempt by the Asian carp, and the fact that they were really crowded up there. So unfortunately, it's a great idea, but it's not something that would be feasible.
I think lake depth would make a lot of difference there too, wouldn't it? Because Cumberland's such a deep lake and the way it's stratified, and Kentucky Parker.
Yeah, and you're getting oxygenated water through there, but what you're also getting is nitrogen embolism if they get caught up into that plunge. So there was some of that, but it's not something that can be controlled. But to be a good way to get it. I think you guys all probably saw the video we had about a month ago, I guess now. This entity I'm talking about, this research entity, has a method that I think, unlike conventional commercial fishermen, it will be able to get in there and actually start harvesting them regularly. If you start harvesting that number regularly below the tailwater, that's going to greatly reduce the amount of fish too, even without the BAF system. It's going to be able to go up there. So we're going to really look at that below Kentucky. After the BAF system gets going, so we don't interfere with that research. But we're going to start it below Kentucky Dam as soon as we can to see if that's going to be really effective in moving on fish. So,
Any other questions? Any other questions for Ron? Yes, sir.
Roger LaPointe, Kentucky Hunters for the Hungry. I'm so glad that you're part of this new Asian carp initiative, and Hunters for the Hungry have been interested in what a wonderful food source this could possibly be for us. We've had processors approach us wondering how they could get involved in processing some of this Asian carp. So please keep that in mind, that not all waste. We got that, what we call a Kentucky blue snapper.
Yeah.
We tasted it before, it's good. We've got people who want it. We've got people in Kentucky that could utilize that protein. Let's see what we can do with that.
I agree, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Obviously, the biggest challenge to Asian carp are the bones. In Europe and in Asia, they don't mind bones. I was over in China, thanks for everybody for letting me go, but, and believe me, I was picking bones out of my mouth a half a day after I ate some of their meals. But they're very astute at it, they're doing it all the time. Our challenge is to get that in a serviceable form. You're talking about the fillets that Fin Gourmet does, but they're such a small business. They need about $2 million to expand to get the equipment they need to be able to debone these things and do stuff like with the Hunters for the Hungry and other programs as well. I've got another guy who's very interested in getting the classroom. Asian carp are extremely nutritious, very low in contaminants. So those are the kind of things that we'll have to resolve moving forward, and I hope to be a part of that as well. So.
What do we have to do to make it so that Hunters for the Hungry can utilize Asian carp?
I'm not sure. Hunters for the Hungry.
May I ask Roger a question?
Hang on, we're dealing with one right here, and then I'll recognize you. Dr. Carlos said, what do we have to do to recognize Hunters for the Hungry being able to utilize is there anything that we have to do to make that
Nothing,
happen?
there's a statute 150-015. It's a policy of the state as wildlife for promotion of hunger relief through wildlife management and conservation. And in that, the commission can establish a program to promote hunger relief through specific wildlife management and conservation efforts. So, I mean, you guys have that authority. We can decide what to do. We have that statute.
So.
That's a rough fish already.
Yeah. So there's nothing, we already have a program relief. So that's how, like, we work with Hunters for the Hungry now is.
So in Western Kentucky, do you want to take on kind of coordinating that with Hunters for the Hungry? Since you're in Western Kentucky, you're over there where the majority of this is happening.
Yeah, because it's a problem what to do with all the fish that the bowfish people shoot at night.
Yeah.
I mean, some nights they may shoot an entire boat of fish and they have nothing to do with it.
So, Mr. Brooks, how about you and Dr. Carlos and Hunters for the Hungry working together to see that some of those Western Kentucky harvested fish make their way to Hunters for the Hungry?
We can do that. It really is a matter of getting the processor that can give them the product they need and not get something full of bones and stuff like that.
That's okay with all three of you all then? Commissioner E?
Roger, what do you need logistically to get that from there to here?
Well, I don't wanna get into my presentation, but I do have 2 refrigerated trailers that was just donated to me that can be utilized for that. And I'm sure we could work out something, especially if you all take possession of the trailer and bring it. We figure it out.
Okay.
Sure. Good. Good. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 8 on our agenda is wildlife. So, Chris Garland.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Chris.
Okay. First item on your agenda, sir.
First item on the agenda is amend 301 KAR 251 hunting and trapping seasons and limits for fur bearers. 2 action items under this agenda item. The first one is allowed expanded hunting of coyotes after daylight hours. At our committee meeting, Dr. Carlos moved forward the proposal to basically follow the Illinois example of their hunting season framework, which I think I sent you all in the packet.
Yes, sir.
And in addition to that, require written landowner permission. Given the other discussions that we've had, as you all had as a commission, and outside of that, over that time, I guess we as a division kind of proposed a little bit of a modification of that. To keep the nighttime hunting season out of deer gun season and elk season. What we propose is allow this during a February, March time period. Currently, right now, you can hunt coyotes year-round in Kentucky. You can hunt them at night year-round without lights. You can hunt them from February 1st to the end of May with a shotgun and multiple projectile ammunition. So what this would do was take the first couple of months of that, February and March, and allow you all use rifles. And we do propose requiring written landowner permission as well. other thing that isn't in your packet, that we've had some discussions with law enforcement, and the only other thing on the table, I guess I would throw out there would be a caliber restriction. That's, you know, there's some concerns with people with no caliber restriction at all, that people could go out and just have anything up to 50 BMG out there. We had originally proposed a rimfire only, but you know, Dr. Carlos recommended we open that up a little bit, give more flexibility for people to take advantage of this opportunity. And I think if the Colonel, I think the Colonel was in here, but I think through our discussions, what we were kind of leaning toward, if there is a caliber restriction, that's kind of up to your all's pleasure, is something like a 223 and below. That covers your 223 and 5.56 that a lot of folks are using on the AR platforms that are mounting night vision on, and should provide the opportunity that's sought after for nighttime hunting coyotes with rifles, with a little bit less of a distance and sound implication.
I know some of the commissioners have discussed this issue of shooting at night, and I kind of want the public to know that I think most of the commissioners pretty much agree that we're gonna eat this elephant one bite at a time. In other words, we may take on some things and then add on things, or take something as time goes on. So there may be changes if needed on down the road, but they're considering this now, and I believe Dr. Carlos has kind of come up with an amended or a read version of this, so I'm going to let him kind of read the amendment to allowing expanded hunting at coyotes. Dr. Carlos?
Coyotes may be hunted at night from November 1st to March 31st, except during any deer gun season. Any rifle below .243 as well as a shotgun may be used. Lights or light enhancing devices as well as infrared sensors may be used. All rules about light attachment to vehicles, use of lights on roads, etc. will remain in effect. Hunters must have written landowner permission.
Could you read the first sentence, please, again?
Coyotes may be hunted at night from November 1st to March 31st, except during any gun season, deer gun season.
Could we say deer or elk?
Yes, we can say deer or elk.
Because deer season will be going on in November and December as well, correct?
So when was the date? When was the date again? From when to when?
November 1st to March 31st.
Now that's with a rifle at night.
Yes, rifle, shotgun.
Because was it originally February 1st through March 31st?
Yes. No, that was a wildlife recommendation.
Yeah. Okay. And this recommendation is from. Tell me the seasons again.
The November 1st to March 31st. Wildlife made the recommendation because they didn't want people out at night in deer season hunting coyotes, and so we eliminated all deer gun seasons, which was,
all deer guns.
It's my understanding what they wanted was they didn't want a guy in a deer stand with a night scope shooting a deer in the dusk hours and then saying he was coyote hunting if he didn't get one.
And did we have the caliber restriction in there?
Yes, 243 or below.
Did everybody understand that? They're talking 243 and below. No 30-06s, no 338 Lapuas, no 50 BMGs. Only 243 and below. I think the thinking there was that many fathers have bought for their children a 243 and they shoot a 30-06, so they can use their kids' 243 but not their 30-06 out there. So 243 was as high a centerfire caliber as they kind of discussed. Do we have any comments before I know we usually do that after the motion in a second, but any comments from the audience about that issue, so commissioners might want to consider what's been said?
I'm not on the schedule to speak on this, but do I have permission to do so?
Yes, sir, for 32 seconds. No, go ahead.
I'm Griff Bowdy. I'm the 6th District. I'm the LKS 6th District President as well as being Secretary of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We actually had an official vote on this, and we had a very spirited discussion on this.
Yes.
And 3 of my me and 2 of my district officers are all hunter ed instructors. And we felt due to safety reasons, allowing any rifle caliber was a mistake.
Yes.
And actually I had to break the tie vote and I voted against it. So we didn't have a problem with the expansion, but overall the 6th District and the majority of the club's president did not agree with any caliber being included.
And just out of curiosity, what caliber did you all think was the maximum size that?
We didn't want any caliber at all. We wanted to stay to shotgun.
Wanted to stay at shotgun.
Yeah.
So no rimfire.
For
no-
safety reasons alone, because of hunter ed instructors and what we have to deal with.
Well, I certainly appreciate that, but did Illinois, when you researched the Illinois law, which has been there for some time, they had not had any accidents involving nighttime shooting, had they?
No.
Well, I mentioned before that this issue, we're eating this elephant one bite at a time with this one, because there are law enforcement issues, and we thought if we try something, we can certainly cease that or change that if need be, or tweak this possibility later, because we have a lot of law enforcement considerations. We have call-outs at night that was a concern. So there are some other considerations, but the commission felt somewhat compelled, I think, to come up with something, because we have it all around us. And I think that was their thinking. But for sure, I agree, and I think everybody else agreed, that we can't be shooting 30-aught sixes out there at night. The majority of these people that we surveyed shoot 2.23s, smaller caliber guns for coyotes at night. Colonel, did you want to make any statement? You're good? Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Knopf.
I only have one little issue with this, is the November 1 start date of that, I would suppose, is the fact that a hot time of year for illegal activity was that week or so prior to gun season. That's when everybody really gets interested in that. I'm not absolute against this, but I think if we started this after the gun season, that we would do ourselves, or December 1st or something like that, we'd do ourselves a little bit of a favor here, and you wouldn't have to exclude it so
Well,
much.
you've got muzzleload season, what, the second week of December? So, if you were just saying, instead of having to skip times to be able to hunt, so you're saying at the end of all gun seasons, begin it then, and then carry it on to
Not
March
necessarily. If you
31st?
want to do December 1, or if you want to do it at the conclusion of rifle season in November, I'm not opposed to it. I'm just, that overlapping and with the officers having to deal with those issues of who's coyote hunting, who's spotlighting, who's doing whatever, I just thought it might make it a little cleaner.
So you're saying they'd be
Just to
shooting coyotes at night
Just to
during the
clarify
rut?
what Kenny's saying, I think during deer season and elk season is a stressful and taxable time on our officers.
Exactly.
And I don't know if we should put another burden on them during that time period.
So December 1st is fine with everybody.
I'm fine with December 1 myself.
What are the
I'm fine with
elks
December.
going? Is there
There's a cow season in December.
like the first week?
I mean, there's always going to be something that you're going to have to work around. But, you know, if you just clean that up, because that's when really our most activity of the entire year is during that rifle gun season. So I think if we just come in past that, we'll do ourselves and we'll do our officers a great favor.
Yeah, 'cause
Colonel,
you've got
you-
officers doing 2 counties that are in different zones, and deer season may be extended in zone 1 and not in zone 2, and they're gonna have to keep up with all that.
I still like the point of having, if there is a season in, it's not in.
Yeah.
Commissioner Swallow?
Yeah,
I'll just leave that.
my district has been vocal on this and in favor of it. I have a petition here that was started by Trey Webb, has 359 people who have signed the petition to do this. Very interested in promoting it going forward.
So, Dr. Carlos, do you want to amend, or do you want to read that again before you make a motion?
Okay, I'll make this motion that we adopt this. Coyotes may be hunted at night from December 1st to March 31st, except during any deer or elk gun season. Any rifle below caliber .243 as well as shotguns may be used. Lights or light enhancing devices as well as infrared sensors may be used. All rules about light attachment to vehicles, road hunting, etc. will remain in effect. Hunters must have written landowner permission.
He's made that motion. Hang on.
I would second that.
Yeah. I have a motion and a second from Ken Knott. Any discussion about the motion at hand?
Can we just clarify the written permission that it has to be on their person while
Yeah.
out in the field?
If you have it in there, Dr. Carlos, on their person. That was one of the things that I know the colonel was really, and the thinking there, because the colonel explained it to me, the thinking is if someone is out there and he says, I have permission from Mr. Swallows to hunt on his land, well, the colonel doesn't know that, so then the colonel's going to have to call the landowner, wake him up in the middle of the night. Now he's got him upset too. So having it on your person is really, it's kind of like the elk people having, the elk guides having information on them, on their person at the time. So must be carried on their person is a great idea. Yes, sir.
If you're in your motion there, you mentioned rifle and shotgun. Should it include handgun? Or would there be an issue with that?
I don't think I'd put handgun on there, because can you see at night with that handgun anyway? Hey, if you're out there, you're probably using a infrared type scope. I would eliminate handgun. Myself, that's just my comment. But we'll entertain whatever thoughts you all have.
I just have a question of clarification. When you say gun season, closed during any gun seasons, you also mean muzzleloader? Gun or muzzleloader seasons.
So we definitely want to say firearm, that's what I was going to
Firearm
bring up,
season,
point of
okay.
clarification. So we just need to change that from gun to firearm.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, if you're wanting it to be rifle only, you need to say rifle because there's lots of pistols.
No, he's talking about
Shotguns,
the
no.
deer and elk season's open.
Oh, I see.
So how about the handgun issue? Anybody have anything to say? No
I
handgun?
don't know anything about night hunting with handguns, so
I don't
I
either,
can't
but
comment.
I'm just.
The guys in my district want to mount these infrared things on their That's what all of them contact.
Any other comment from the audience? We have a second. Yes, sir, Mr. Richards.
I would just a point of clarification that during any gun, rifle, or deer or elk season, bear in mind that elk season happens in the eastern part of the state, and you would be perfectly willing or legal to shoot coyotes during the elk season in the western part of the state where there is no elk season.
We can make it.
Just a
specific
area
to-
specific.
We can make it to the elk restoration
Right.
zone would be for elk and deer. We can do.
Exactly. I just,
Okay.
point of clarification.
Thank you. Any further discussion among commissioners? Then the question is, do you want to adopt the motion made by Dr. Carlos and seconded by Ken Knott? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chris, second.
Second item on the agenda is to do with our beaver trapping and hunting season. The motion is to extend the beaver season, the trapping season for beaver, muskrat, mink, and raccoon by 1 month from the last day of February to the last day of March. Only traps set as defined water sets may be caught in March. Incidental otters and bobcats caught in March must be tail checked. They may not be sold, but may be kept for personal or educational purposes. CITES tags will not be issued for incidental trapped in March, and trappers may request a disposal tag from conservation officer to send that to a tannery. And then the other part of that is to extend the hunting season for beaver and muskrat by 1 month from the last day of March to last day of February to March 31st. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about this, obviously. I just want to ask the commission to keep in mind, we talk a lot about nuisance, and the nuisance issue is, in my opinion, a separate issue. I mean, we do have nuisance issues with beaver statewide and muskrat. Those are the top 2 items on our NUCO list for the month of March. However, that's a separate issue, in my opinion, from this. What we're asking you to do here is an expansion of the hunting season. It's something that we feel like the resource can bear with no detrimental impact, and it provides more opportunity for the hunters and trappers to not only go out and take advantage of the sport, but to utilize those traps in Castor or those hides in Castor rather than them not be, in a nuisance situation, those cannot be used. So just want to throw that out there. And any discussion?
Any questions at this point for Chris? Were there a couple of proposed amendments that someone had on that, or something they wanted to add or clarify? Do I remember somebody wanting something clarified about what they were asking for? Okay, at this point, I've got a lot of people here who want to speak, I think, and I'm looking here, because some people signed over on the sheet really that was for public relations. They did not see that they were under the wrong. So this will be a little confusing for me. So whoever wants to, let's see, that's on Fairbanks trapping season, hunting and trapping. Okay, so I've got about 6 or 7 people who want to speak. So who's going to go first? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Richards.
Larry Richards, and I'm not here as a president of anything. I'm here as a personal, regular old sportsman like the rest of us. During this last committee meeting, it cost me $1,800 to go down and take a track hoe and cut out 2 levees that I spent all winter building last year to get rid of my beaver problem, where I could flood and control the water over my duck hunting properties.
May I interrupt? What county was that?
Oldham, 3rd
Oldham
district.
County. Thank you.
And this has been a continuous problem for me the last 5 years. Personally, it's costing me money, and I realize there's a nuisance issue. There's a process I can go through. It's a long and arduous process, in my opinion. We need to go ahead and let the people that can make some money, 25, 30 bucks a head out of these beaver, and 8 or 10 what they get out of a muskrat, and make it. And take the onus off killing these beavers off my hands and out of my pocket. That's all I got to say about that.
In the interest of fairness, I kind of looked at Robert's Rules of Order here. I have someone for, can I get someone opposed? Or I'm going to try to go back and forth if we can in the interest of fairness. So if someone is opposed to the issue, you may now speak or come to the microphone. So individuals opposed to this, okay, sir, come to the microphone for me. Identify who you are and what district you're from or organization that you represent. Thank you.
Barry Bishop, 5th District, Kentucky Hamilton. It kind of relates back, I'm kind of new to this. I don't have all the complete facts. I think everybody agrees that there is a beaver problem. Yes. Everywhere. Organizations have to work together, whether it's the coon hunters, the trappers, or whatever. It goes back to what you said in the previous meeting. Yes. Nobody wants to accept change, but we've got to work together and quit bickering back and forth.
Amen.
I've been a coon hunter for 56 years old, so 11 years old. Competition hunting for 40 years. I've traveled from Michigan to Alabama, from Kentucky to Nebraska. There's not we've got a printout sheet here. I don't know who proposed it or whatever. All these regulations and comments that was made by landowners, various different groups, sportsmen or whatever, that I can't relate to some way or another. Been involved because I've hunted from dark to daylight. We have a tremendous financial impact here, whether it's this fella here or it's the hunts that have been increased over the years. We have a sheet that we passed out earlier. UKC alone, the hunts are increasing every year from March right on through. PKC is in the process maybe of moving their world hunt back to Western Kentucky. They generate in excess, their entry fees alone, now this is just their entry fees, $60,000 a night. These guys are generating to Western Kentucky, plus their motels, gas, food, to hunt 4 nights a week for the world hunt. It doesn't affect some people. The PKC has had to reduce their hunting times by 30 minutes every night to be sure that everybody got out of the woods before daylight for deer hunters. The financial impact is something unreal for everybody. Everybody needs to work with it, good, bad, or otherwise. Each coonhound registration organization can come up with a different dollar figure that keeps increasing every year to each state. We're well aware of what's happening in California with the trappers. We don't want that.
I'm going to ask you to sum up what you want to present to us, your time. Well, I've given you about 20 extra
I want
seconds.
everybody in here to get along, work through this agreement, whatever it might be. I have to say, it's my heart, my blood. I love my coon hunt just like they love their trapping. We want to pass it on to our kids. All we're going to do by bickering and arguing and printing these printouts here that's been put on social media is create more headaches and nuisance, and for you all to have to be as a mediator and pick sides on what's what.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, because I've got 4 or 5 down here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Commissioners, my name is Perry McClure in the 5th District. I'm here as a landowner, a farmer, and a sportsman. On the economic impact of the beaver problems that I have, my farm lays in the northwest corner of Grant County on 10 Mile Creek. I've got about 60 acres of creek frontage that I raise corn and beans and certified alfalfa. And the last couple of years, I've had a drastic erosion problem due to beavers, dams, and flooding. And the economic impact of that, to me, is pretty substantial. Every foot, all 4 ways is $1. You guys at farm know what I'm talking about. So more days of field or in the water is a good thing, and I ask you guys pass this proposal, this trapping extension with no amendments. I do agree we need to get along, but economically, it's a big thing to me as a farmer, and it creates problems in our waterway. I've gone as far for my adjoining farmers, friends. I took the NWCO test, and I want to turn it into a side business for adjoining farms that have problems. So that's where I'm at. But once again, thank you guys for your what you do, and please vote for this for no amendments, with no amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any oppositional remarks from anyone in the audience? Any more supportive comments? Come ahead, sir.
Doug Johnson, President of the Kentucky Houndsman Association. I was hoping to go last. I hope I am last.
No, sir, I think we've got a couple more. We've got one video too.
I just want to say,
can you speak up just a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to say that I appreciate your comments this morning and your presentation. I agree 100%.
Thank you.
When the anti hunters come after us, they're going to come after all of us.
Yes, sir.
Everyone in this room.
Yes, sir.
We need to get along, and we need to learn not to have personal attacks in a situation like this, where we have a disagreement over a proposal.
Yes, sir.
Going back to the June 6th meeting, there was an agreement that we would poll our membership. That was the only agreement that was made during that meeting, and we've done that. Again, I'm going to stress the fact that we're 80%. The Houndsman Association membership is 80% in opposition to this proposal as it is written. I would really like to see this proposal voted no, and let the trappers and the houndsmen and the wildlife department sit down one more time and work out some differences and try to figure out a compromise that will allow beaver hunting to control any type of, or beaver trapping, any type of nuisance beavers issues we have year round, and eliminate the situation that these gentlemen have spoken of. Maybe define the type of traps that we're going to use. It's very loosely worded. You can set a snare in a water trap and catch a dog legally, as the description defines. We want to eliminate that. That's our fear. So we don't want this to be a conflict between trappers and houndsmen. We want to work together to find a compromise, and I'm willing to do that. There are several gentlemen here that are willing to do that. I hope Chet Hayes is open to do that also. Let's kill this. Let's move forward with a compromise. This was written before we had a chance to sit down and give input, and it hasn't changed since that first meeting. We'd like to see it change. My group says no raccoon hunting in the month of March. We have litters being born. It's detrimental to our sport. We don't want to continue on as this presentation is, or this proposal is presented. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Williams, do you want to speak now, Frank?
Chet Hayes, United Trappers of Kentucky. I guess what I'd like to do is first comment on Mr. Johnson's comments. We've had talks. We've dealt with Fish and Wildlife. We've dealt with the Wildlife Division. This thing's been on, you heard me last time, several years. We don't want to stall it anymore. That's all I got to say about that. I'd like to defer the rest of my time, if I could, if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman. We have a county commissioner in Campbell County, up in my area, and up in Kevin's area, District 5. He could not be here today. He has sent some of you, or most of you, an email, I guess, but he would like his position stated publicly, and asked me if I would read that, so with your permission, I will.
Yes, sir. And this is from whom again?
This is from Commissioner Brian Painter. He's County Commissioner on the Fiscal Court, Campbell County.
Campbell County. Okay.
District 5, Wildlife District 5. Little background on,
Stand by just a second.
yes, sir.
We have a commission has a policy against reading things into the record.
We do?
It was enforced with Gary Williams reading that letter.
Are you, can we get a legal opinion on that, about reading a document from another individual here? If that be the case, how about the video?
I don't know, I checked with Stephen this morning.
Yeah, I personally don't care, but when Gary Williams wanted to read something from a Bow magazine, he was told that the commission had a standing policy against reading things into the record. And, so that's.
Pleasure to agree.
I have no
Okay, you have
objection
no
to Chet
objection to
reading,
it.
but
Mr. Hayes, about how long will that take, do you know?
1 minute.
Okay, fire away, sir.
Okay.
I'm gonna take the chance that we're not breaking any rules. I don't
Okay.
think so.
I was requested to read this as a matter of public record.
Yes, sir. Okay, go ahead.
A little bit of background on Commissioner Painter. He's a small business owner. I think he's in his third term as a commissioner up in Campbell County. He works closely with the road departments and with landowners on different issues, and the beaver are an issue, also the otter and the muskrats, raccoons, and what have you. But he's contacted the department in years past on these type of issues. And anyway, he's an all-around outdoor person. He's a graduate of Kentucky, or Northern Kentucky University, small business owner again. It's interesting, for a number of years he actually lived out in Idaho, and he ran a guide service for bear and mountain lion hunting with hounds. So he's well versed in hound hunting. As a youngster, he trapped, so he's great archery shot, primitive weapons. He's an all-around outdoors. I'll start. His statement reads, "Hello, I'm Brian Painter, 3-term county commissioner in Campbell County. I'm writing in support of, or for extending the water set trapping season for beaver into March. We have had problems with our low-lift road crossings and local waterways with beaver dams, and would like to extend the opportunities for our trappers to control these animals. As I am educated on the issue by those who deal with the water issues, trappers and road managers, I understand that natural beaver migration and relocation is very active in March. I would like to have the extended opportunity to keep our roads and waterways managed when the best opportunity occurs. As a sportsman through the years, I have trapped with water sets as well as owned and ran pursuit hounds. I find no conflict between these two activities and find it to be a stretch to conceive of a situation where conflicts would occur in March at any level of frequency out of the ordinary. Thank you, and let me add that I do appreciate the time that each of you commit to our great state of Kentucky, conserving our natural environment and wildlife resources. It is a sacrifice of love that we all benefit from. Brian Painter."
Thank you. Mr.
Thank you.
Hayes. Thank you. Other dissenters that want to speak before I let Mr. Williams speak? And then I think we have a video from,
Voice recording, I think.
oh, it's a voice recording from a legislator. Yes, sir.
Jim Caldwell, Kentucky Houndsman Association. I don't know where this gentleman gets that hides are worth that much money, or that you're gonna make a lot of money off of it. I wanna thank each and every one of you for listening to me when we've talked. I want you to ask you to use your common sense. The reason they've got the problem, and we all know they got a problem in areas in this state. If there's some in Campbell County, up in there I live, I'd like to see them to amount to anything. I'd like to ask you all to go against this. If you can find a better way, that would be great. I don't know anybody who would admit that trapping, or would say that trapping's not the problem for this, and it's simply because there's nobody trapping. If them hides were worth that much, they'd be trapping in the winter and getting a lot of them. I said nobody, and I don't mean that, but there's very few trapping. You don't think that these people are gonna go down to western Kentucky and try to trap them beaver when all the money is going out of their pocket instead of coming into their pocket. Use your common sense, think about it, and whichever way you all vote, thank you very much. Hope I ain't said too much.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, we got one more? Are you,
I'm not on the list, but.
okay, are you pro or against the regulation?
Pro.
You're pro, okay. You go ahead and do the mic, sir. I'm trying to give equal time and intersperse these so people aren't hearing all negative things and then all positive things. I'm trying to go back and forth. Go ahead, sir. Please approach your mic. We're of a great time constraint here, so we're trying to get on with this. These people want to go home before supper tonight, so I'm going to try to make that happen. And be sure and state your name and your district and if you represent a group. Thank you, sir.
My name's Steve Medford. I'm from Muhlenberg County, and I just am representing some private landowners in that area. And just as has been brought up, these same landowners are the ones that have, in the past, when I could walk much better than I can now, chasing dogs. But they're the ones that give us permission to hunt their ground and their bottom ground and their hills and hollers are now dealing with this way overabundant nuisance level beaver problem. And they consist of grazing lands and croplands and timberlands, all the above. But just wanted to express my own as well as speaking on their behalf, that they would very much appreciate any efforts that the commission can make up to and including adopting these proposals for extending this stuff and maybe helping a little bit. But anyway, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Do you want to do that voice recording now, or do you want Mr. Williams to speak? Frank, would you rather speak now or before this?
Doesn't matter.
Well, go ahead. Let's do that. If you don't care, sir, if you go ahead and address the group, and then I think we have a voice recording from Western Kentucky. So go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Storm, Chairman, Commission members, staff. My name is Frank Williams. Excuse me. Past 2nd District Commission member. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about a major problem throughout the state. The problem is beavers. For the newer commissioners, first I'd like to congratulate you on your appointment. You are serving with some of the finest gentlemen that I've ever had the opportunity to meet. You're serving with some of the best biologists in the country and a dedicated staff that supports them. So you are surrounded by truly great individuals. But I'd like to give you a little background information on the beaver situation as I know it. My home county, Hopkins County, spends about $100,000 a year repairing roads, unclogging culverts, replacing gravel caused by these furry little animals. And that's with them having 4 certified trainers or 4 licensed trappers, that trap for the county full-time during the season. They mow grass during the summer and they trap during trapping season. I have personally had numerous property owners call me time and time again about the beavers flooding the property, flooding the crop fields, and all the damage that they do. These cute little fat balls of fur are some of the most destructive animals on the face of this earth, and I put them in the same bucket as the wild pigs. The majority of you know that a couple of years ago, or I guess it's 3 years ago now, a small group of trappers, 11 of them, came to Western Kentucky, took vacation time to trap beavers in Hopkins and Muhlenberg County primarily. There were 65 landowners requested to trap. They trapped on 60 of them. They trapped 186 beaver, and the county trapped an additional 86. The problem is widespread, and it's widespread not just in Western Kentucky, but throughout the state. So I'm asking you, again, don't make amendments, don't make it Western Kentucky. A person's property in Eastern Kentucky or Northern Kentucky is just as important as Western Kentucky. You have before you a very simple proposal, very simple. to extend the trapping season for beaver from the end of February to the end of March, water sets only. The proposal was generated by the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife biologists with input from various other individuals and committees. I sat on one of those committees, or attended one of those committees, before your last committee meeting, and when I left, I thought everything was fine. Everybody had come to a conclusion. Not one individual in that meeting said, I disagree, I'm not good with that, I don't want that. I walked out and said, it's done. So that's why I didn't come to the committee meeting. But as an engineer, I start looking at problems because after the meeting, I got the understanding that there was opposition. So I just I called up everybody I knew, and I'll close pretty shortly. What's the issue? And one of the issues, well, we're going to catch dogs. I've been associated with the department for 7 years. I haven't heard of one in a water set. I actually called Dr. Walter. She said in 22 years, she hadn't had one caught in a water set, or nobody had called her complaint. So I don't think that's a major, I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but I may win the lottery tomorrow too, but I still got my day job. I was told that, you know, the trappers dispose of the dogs, and that's the reason we don't hear the complaints. You know, these dogs that the gentleman has, which I've got great friends that run coon hens, $2,000 dogs, $3,000 dogs, you know, they all got GPS collars on. You know, you're going to get to that dog before a trapper can come in the next day and dispose of it. So the other thing is, again, like this gentleman said, I heard, well, it's not going to make any difference anyway because there's no trappers out there. That I partially agree with. The number of trappers has decreased greatly, and the statistics I was able to get from 2013 to 2018, the number of trappers dropped 39%. More serious to me than that is the junior trapping license dropped a correspondingly 39%. We're not feeding the sport. So, you know, I'm going to say that the proposal provides opportunity for sportsmen. It provides a way to reduce the numbers of a very destructive animal out there that is causing hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it doesn't interfere with any other sporting season. So I'm going to close with the same comment that's been reiterated here by the chairman and several other people that spoke. And I apologize for going over just a little bit. But I'm going to make this comment, and if it offends someone or any, I make no apologies because this is the way I think. But I find it very disturbing and sad that this simple proposal has brought out the worst in our sportsmen. It has caused accusations and distrust among two very fine organizations. I feel it's become more about personality than facts and biology. In today's political environment, sportsmen should not be fighting among themselves. We should be united. We should be putting our efforts to combat the anti-hunters that want to put an end to the sport, both sports, that we greatly love and cherish. We should be putting our efforts into recruiting the young people, getting them involved in trapping and in hound hunting and in anything else that involves the outdoors. Otherwise, they're going to be inside playing an iPhone rather than being out in the field with daddies and granddaddies. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any other comments from the audience?
Could I ask one question?
Go to the microphone if you can.
Well, I just was going to be real big.
Well, for the recording, it's hard for it to pick up.
Jim Caldwell, Houndsman. Everything this man says sounds just right. You know, I know he's got a problem and all that, but there's already things in place to take care of this problem. The main problem is in that area. Do you folks think 30 days is going to make that big a difference? And you got to get somebody to do it. And with what's in place and as much money as they've already said they're spent, which I believe him 100%. As much money as they've already spent, well, why don't they use what's in place to take care of that and get some people to do it instead of trying to just bump it up 30? That ain't gonna catch you nothing much. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, are we gonna play a sound? This is a supporting message, is that right?
It's
supporting the amendment to.
Three cups of coffee and a cup of water.
I think this is Representative Prunty from Hopkins and Muhlenberg County. I believe it's Hopkins and Muhlenberg. Would that be right? Anybody who knows the legislative? Hopkins and Muhlenberg County. This is Representative Prunty from Western Kentucky. Thank you for listening.
This is Melinda Gibbons Prunty, representative of the 15th District in Western Kentucky, which includes all of Muhlenberg and Southeast Hopkins counties. To the commissioners, Fish and Wildlife staff, and other interested parties that are present, I wanted to share my statement in an audio form so that you could hear me tell my story. When I was first installed as a newly elected official in 2017, I received a manila envelope filled with a large stack of letters from constituents who lived on Mud River Union Road in southern Muhlenberg County. The letters were personal letters from landowners who were losing both their farmland and their timber to flooding caused by beavers. Conversations began to take place between myself and Fish and Wildlife staff. I met the commissioner and the deputy commissioner, and sometime after session in 2017, there was a gathering of many folks at the Drakesboro Fish and Wildlife building close to TVA, which I believe was the result of a local magistrate who had contacted them about the issue as well. Representatives of conservancy groups, the Army Corps of Engineers, residents, elected officials, Fish and Wildlife staff, including the commissioner and deputy commissioner, were in attendance. Regional staff presented a PowerPoint presentation of the issues that they were aware of, a history of how they developed, and a conversation around how the issues might be resolved. A field trip followed on Mud River Union Road, as well as a second day to Hopkins County Road Department. In Muhlenberg County, it was discussed that the landowners were aware they could take care of any issue on their own land. However, the problem had been created across the road on a landowner who liked to duck hunt, and he didn't mind the dams or the flooding. That land had subsequently been sold to someone who wanted the timber, so solutions could begin to be implemented. I believe Mr. Steve Medford is supposed to be present, who represents those landowners, and he could speak to the present condition of the land along Mud River Union Road. The second day was spent in Hopkins County with the County Road Department. The fiscal year prior had cost them approximately $90,000 due to beavers, and they had a full-time trapper on staff. I recently reached out to get current figures, and the amount had decreased to between $50,000 and $52,000 over the last 2 fiscal years. I'm not sure why the significant decrease, but wonder if the Beaver Brigade helped that much. There was a Beaver Brigade that Mr. Frank Williams coordinated that stayed at the Drakesboro site, but trapped in both Muhlenberg and Hopkins counties in the fall of 2018. If Frank Williams is present, he or Mr. Chet Hayes can verify the dates and the actual results. This past spring, I attended a meeting at the commission that included Fish and Wildlife staff, Mr. Jeff Eaton, Commissioner, Mr. Doug Johnson, President of the Kentucky Houndsmen, Mr. Chet Hayes and Mr. Steve Pinkert, both from the United Trappers of Kentucky, Frank Williams, Mr. Stephen Medford, representing landowners of Muhlenberg County, and myself. There are official minutes that would verify specifically who was present and what transpired. After a lengthy discussion, there appeared to be a consensus when we left that meeting that extending the trapping of beaver a month through March in water sets only would be acceptable to all present. It is my understanding that the proposal barely passed the committee vote and is now up for a full vote by the commission today, which would be September 13th, 2019. In truth, I would have preferred to be there in person today, and I tried to join via Skype or on speakerphone through someone's cell phone, but when Deputy Commissioner checked with legal, my phone and or computer would have to be listed as official addresses for the meeting to take place, so I have to join via statement. I have sent this audio version, recorded version, to the Deputy Commissioner to play so that you can hear my voice as well. After the spring meeting, I had a conversation with Representative Tommy Toner regarding why I had attended the meeting described above. I told him not only about the letters I received, but also that you couldn't drive anywhere along the Western Kentucky Parkway between Graham and I-69 or along 431, particularly south of Dregsboro, that you don't see standing water on both sides of the road due to beavers. Central City has a terrible problem with beavers. There's a water always standing along Highway 62 between Greenville and White Plains. It is a huge issue in my district. In the past few weeks, I have spoken to Mr. Jeff Eaton, Commissioner, Mr. Brian Fisher, Commissioner, Mr. Doug Morgan, Commissioner, Frank Williams, former Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner Karen Waldrop, Mr. Chet Hayes, United Trappers of Kentucky, Mr. Keith Rogers, staff for Ag Commissioner Ryan Quarles. I've played phone tag with Jeff Harper, the Kentucky Farm Bureau, and I have left messages for Representative Tommy Turner to have some follow-up conversations, but I was unable to talk to him. I have heard the following out of these conversations. There is an ongoing power struggle or tension between trappers and houndsmen, that extending the trapping season a month will not solve the problem, that it is not a statewide problem, it needs to be a regional approach, that there isn't a need for the extension because nuisance issues can already be addressed. However, I've heard there is a lot of red tape to get a nuisance permit, that limiting traps to the traps that kill instantly would be like having someone build a house without all the proper tools, that the definition of watershed was settled by consensus several years ago, that while it may not or may not appear to be a statewide issue at the present time, it will eventually become one if it is not addressed. I'm going to try and say this in the most polite and respectful way that I can. I quite frankly don't care about the Hatfields and the boys. If there's a need to address past issues, go in a corner, duke it out, and settle it so that we can move forward on this issue. But whatever you do, please do something to solve this issue for my constituents. If the extension could be granted for a year and reevaluated while simultaneously crafting a broader solution, please do so. But do something that makes sense for everyone. I had the deputy commissioner come to a second grade classroom in my district because I got a stack of what sounded like PETA letters about animals that aren't even known to exist in Kentucky. So I informed them that I advocate in Frankfort, our state capital. I asked them if they liked hamburgers, and Deputy Commissioner proceeded to educate them on what wildlife management's goals are. Help save species that are in danger of becoming extinct and culling a herd if there are too many. I help cull the deer all the time with my vehicle. The beavers in the 15th district need to be culled. I am not a sportsman or a hunter. I am not for or against any particular group. I have no political stance one way or the other on this issue. I just want a solution to be enacted that will help save my constituents' land. I would be more than willing to work alongside folks to come up with a solution if that would be helpful. Thank you for listening.
Paul, you're vice chair of the commission, you want to take over?
No.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Any other comments before we put this to the commission?
Could I ask a question? Barry Bishop, Kentucky Houndsman. If this does pass and extended on, is there gonna be a set, time limit on how much the traps are run? Are they gonna be run every 24 hours?
Every 20, there will be no 72 hours. That is not in this amendment. And we may have you read
We had
that.
been informed that they were gonna be run 72 hours.
No, sir. No, sir. There will not be 72 hours. No, sir. Are you going to read the proposed amendment? And this is this the suggestion of the Department of Fish and Wildlife Division?
Yes.
Amendment? And then I would encourage the commission to either amend, discuss, or we'll vote on that one, and then according to how that vote goes, then we'll deal with whatever else we want to deal with after that concerning that issue. How's that?
That sounds good.
Okay.
And all I ask is, like I said, keep in mind, this isn't a nuisance issue. This is just some expansion of the season. And, I know this concern, we have the trapping season now concurrently, runs concurrent with, small game season, coon hunting season, grouse season, so, the waterfowl season where you have dogs in the water. So, I think any issues with that, we'd have November through February, in March when there's a lot less, all the hunting seasons are closed.
And no biological impact whatsoever on
biological
any of
impact,
the
no.
species listed.
Correct. So the proposal as it stands now is to extend the trapping season for beaver, muskrat, mink, and raccoon by 1 month from the last day of February to March 31st. Only traps set as defined water sets may be used in the month of March. Incidental otters and bobcats caught in March must be telechecked. Incidental otters and bobcats may not be sold, may be kept for personal use or donated for educational purposes. CITES tags will not be issued for incidentals trapped in March. Trappers may request a disposal tag from a conservation officer to send a hide to a tannery. And also to extend the hunting season for beaver and muskrat by 1 month from the last day of February to the last day of March.
Any questions about what the amendment before you is? Then the chair entertains a motion concerning that amendment.
May I say something that has nothing to do with the motion?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I became a part of that meeting just because of proximity here. I'm close. Plus, I wanted to learn. I'm going to say this from the school of Harry Carlos. If I vote today, I'm going to vote no, but I want to explain that vote. I'm not against this proposal. I just think there's a better one out there. And I know people are going to hear my voice and they're going to say, here we go, delayed again. I get it. I hear it. And I do think it's out there. I don't personally think 4 weeks is going to take care of the problem. I'm hearing a problem. That's what I'm hearing. I hear a problem from their area. I'm for this helping their area. I just think there's a greater solution out there. So I want to explain what I may or may not do. I'm entertaining tabling this. I know people don't like that either. Chris may not even like it, but I like Chris, so that's not going to change the way we feel about each other. I just think there's a greater solution. I think procedurally, Larry, I think it's muddy. I think we need to look at all those things to make it easier on the landowner to get it taken care of, because I've dealt with some people that way. And I think procedurally they didn't go any further because it was too heavy for them to go through. That's where I stand. I'm with you all, what you need to do. I don't know if anybody else wants to entertain tabling on this. I haven't said this to you, but I even entertain you appointing people to absolutely dissect this thing and get it taken care of. I called Chet so that you know I talked to Chet last night. I think there's a solution that gives them greater opportunity to trap. I just think we have to come up with it.
Other comments from other commissioners concerning the apparent position that Commissioner Eaton has as far as tabling? Do you want to discuss that at this point, or does anybody?
So what's currently in place for this coming year? Nothing?
Correct.
Nothing.
And to get something done and on the books, we'd have to decide in this meeting, right, to get it through the legislative research process. We're about that time, right?
I don't think you can pass.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
In November, December for this March, we would not have time. Yes.
Unless it came out of this meeting.
Unless it comes out of this meeting.
I'm somewhat.
And that's no guarantee. That,
Well, of course not.
that,
Yeah.
keep that,
We've
keep
been
that in mind.
down
We've
that
been
road
down that
before.
road before.
I'm somewhat encouraged by hearing both those for and opposing that everybody seems to appear that there's an agreement that there is a beaver problem. I think I hear that both from houndsmen and I hear that from trappers. So that's somewhat encouraging, because when I made my little monologue this morning, I said there is common ground somewhere, and that common ground is the passion that we all have for our sports. So if there is common ground, that the recognition that there is a beaver problem, but how to go about the trapping aspect via the slash the houndsman aspect, that is some ground toward making some consolation between two groups, and that's somewhat encouraging. Now, if the commissioners act as Commissioner Eaton has already described, as should we table this, get these two groups back together? I assuming you mean by appointment, some of our people as well as getting some of those people back together. Is that what you're meaning?
Absolutely. I do believe there's a better solution out there. I personally believe that. Nobody else may believe that, but I personally believe that.
Let me recognize Commissioner Knott. He had his hand up first.
Go ahead. Well, the statement I'd like to make here is I don't, never have participated in trapping. I haven't owned a hound in 30 years, but I am an avid hunter and sportsman and all different types of things. And I've also been in charge of different groups and organizations in this state. And coming to a common ground and a thing that when you're dealing with controversy and groups that are opposing in their ideas, handing, you know, each action, someone appears to have won and someone appears to have lost and things like that. So, in looking at this issue, and I've been dealing with it now for a month or so, I almost didn't pass it to come out of committee the other day, but I felt like this issue was not for a certain person like me to decide the end result, but that the entire commission should have its ability to vote and vet with its people that represent in its own district. So that's why it is before you today. So in my thinking of if we table this motion, does one group think, okay, it didn't pass, so we won? If I pass it all in its entirety, you still have that opposition of one group has to accept loss of their position and the other group has to, that we have won. So all these things are here before us, and at this table we try to decide, and because, as been mentioned in the very opening statements today, we do not need to be a fractured front at all concerning these issues. I personally don't feel, as you're passionate about your sport, you won't feel this way, but from the chair I sat in, I feel neither one of you are getting very much from all of this controversy. And so, with that being said, the line that I can come to that gives and takes in my mind, and I would ask the wisdom of the commission, is that we simply amend this to be conibear kill traps only, and that we pass this on in that form and remove the leg hold trap from that. So hopefully the concerns that the houndsman might have about dogs being caught would be relieved somewhat. The trappers could still go ahead and set those kinds of traps and move that forward. However, I don't know the percentages of beavers you need to catch with a leg hold trap versus a kill trap. I'm not privy to that information, nor am I the percentage of hounds that are ever caught one way or the other. I don't know, but looking for common grounds where, as we say, everybody leaves this table today with their tail feathers is my feeling and is my hope for the outcome of this this discussion. So that would be my recommendation, and the thing that I'd be happy to make a motion on if that had any support.
Any further discussions or any other input about the possible approach to resolving this problem for both groups? Dr. Carlos.
I'd just like to clarify a point.
Speak up
I
just a little
don't, I don't
silly.
believe Dr. Eaton made a motion to table this.
Not yet. He has not yet.
He
That's right.
was discussing, just telling us how he felt and what he would do.
Right.
So I don't believe there's a motion on the floor.
There is not.
I think that the appropriate way to proceed is to something that's come from the committee has to be voted up or down, and then an alternate solution proposed. So I would think that the thing to do would be to make a motion that we accept this as written, and then if that motion is defeated, then I have another motion.
Does everybody
which
understand that?
Coincides with
This has been brought from committee to the commission. So we have to vote on this issue either up or down, and then before we leave the table, if somebody wants to make a new motion of some type of amended or other, then we will address that motion. Does everybody understand that? Anybody have any questions about that procedural aspect?
Well, I think didn't we amend several things in that same fashion earlier?
You mean on other issues?
Yes.
Well, yes, this positive, or if it was a positive or a negative, you could amend this amendment, so, but you haven't made that yet. He's talking about, you want to go on with this amendment, or proposing to do this as it is written without amendments, and either up or down vote on it, and then consider some other type of action instead of that. Now, if you want to make the motion that you accept this, but with the amendments of such and such, you can put that as a motion before the commission.
I would like to do that.
Okay, so you're gonna make a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Please
You got-
listen carefully.
You got two
to-
motions on the floor.
What?
You got two
Did
motions
you
on-
make that motion?
He did make that motion.
Okay, I didn't know if you said what you'd like to see. I thought you were still doing like Mr. E.
I'll
Okay.
make the motion.
Okay, so your
I'm
motion
not
is.
wishy-washy like
I'm-
Reverend.
Forgive him, Reverend. So your motion, Doctor, is that you accept this amendment as written without change.
Yes.
Does everybody understand what we're getting ready to vote on before you make any other motions and amendments to that motion? Are you with me? Because I've got one motion on the
I'll
floor.
second it.
Okay, I've got a motion by Dr. Carlos, seconded by Commissioner Fisher. So this is to accept the amendment as it is written in its present form. All in favor, raise your hand. I want to be able to count this easier. 1, 2, 3. All opposed, raise your hand. Obviously, the motion is defeated. Now, anybody else? Oh,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we extend the trapping dates for beaver through March with, which will entail buying another license for the current year, because the license expires on March 1st.
everybody understand that? If you extend this through March 31st, you're going to have to buy your second license March 1st. Otherwise, you're going to be illegally trapped. Go ahead, Doctor.
With the current year's license, only water set, body gripping, kill traps may be used during this time.
Which is virtually your.
Can we add in the hunting season?
Did everybody understand that? So it's a motion that's virtually the same as previously, except.
You said beaver only, right?
Except this specifies specifically trapping beavers only with kill or body gripping, not foothold traps.
Did you want to do beaver and muskrat? I know they just want raccoon.
Beaver, muskrat, mink, and raccoon are listed.
I thought we were talking about beavers. I don't care what you had to.
Okay, so then if I'm understanding it, your motion is what is written here with the amendment that no foothold traps used, even if it's a drowning foothold trap, or snares can be used, only body gripping kill traps is your motion, which really parallels Commissioner Knox.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have that motion from Dr. Carlos. It's been seconded by Kenny Knott. I want to repeat that motion so nobody has any misunderstanding about it. Those two, the motion and the second, is for the amendment as written to be accepted with the caveat that all foothold traps, even if it's a kill foothold trap that drowns, and all snares are disallowed, and only body gripping kill traps to be used.
I got something to say before you vote on it.
Yes, sir.
So if I
Is that
understand,
underwater now?
Underwater.
Changing it, I thought it was defeated, but I accept what you guys do, as I said before, but now, are you gonna stipulate that they have to be underwater? What are you gonna do?
Yes.
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 A water
it's
set.
stipulated.
no, well, hold it. The definition of a water set means it has to be touching the water.
Okay.
Underwater
So it can't
means
be in 2
submerged.
inches of water.
It can't,
Part of the, all it says is for a defined water set is part
Portion of
of
the trap.
the body of the trap must be in water. Doesn't define.
so a wet spot, a creek an inch deep, you can set a conibrine in it.
It has to be in certain water.
Yes, it has to be in a
It
river,
can't be like
stream,
in
pond, lake.
it can't be
yeah.
in a
wetland.
ditch inside of the road. It has to be in a
It
certain
can be in
water.
Tiger Creek as long as the bottom part of the trap is in the water.
Right, part of the body of it.
And what he said was it would be submerged under the water.
I would.
Right or wrong?
I think submerged under the water is what we.
There you go.
Does everybody understand that stipulation with what defines the water set in this case? Laura? Laura Palmer.
We wanna read what a water set is?
Yeah.
We've got.
Yeah, I've got that right here. Water set is a trap set in water of a river, stream, pond, lake, wetland, or other water course, so that a portion of the trap body is underwater.
And it said wetland, so that could be
So
pretty
a
open.
portion means then, if I understand what that Connerburg trap, if you had 2 inches of it in the creek bed, that's underwater.
Which is my example of why we need to study this further.
Yes, Laura Palmer, and Laura, identify who you are, if you don't care, at the microphone, and your position with the department.
I'm that fur bear biologist, so trapping and
Yes.
all the fur bears, diseases, everything's kind of my area. Just a quick comment on the level of water on the body gripping traps. That has always been in place in Kentucky. And most trappers are gonna set the body gripping trap at least halfway in order to effectively catch beavers. It's very ineffective to set them completely submerged. We're not gonna catch a whole lot of beavers that way. And the reason we didn't specify a certain level of water on body gripping traps is because it's very hard for enforcement to enforce that. But completely submerged is not going to really help catch beavers.
Can I ask you a question? If you set a Connerburg trap completely under the water in front of the entrance to a beaver hutch, is it gonna catch a beaver?
You can set beavers in.
Is it gonna catch a dog?
Completely submerged, it would be unlikely. It's
Okay.
also unlikely the way they're set.
Exactly.
To catch dogs.
Sir?
There is.
No, in the back.
I'm standing up.
Mr. Johnson.
There is.
Are you standing up to here? You're not standing up to talk? Thank you.
There is another way y'all might consider, is a colony trap, which it catches several beavers at one time. It's larger, they use them a lot on muskrats. Y'all may think about that. You don't have to worry about them killing something that's not supposed to be killed.
Okay, well, I've got a motion here before us that's been seconded, so
And let's get
Yes,
a working group between these two guys and get this figured
but again,
out.
our time constraint, thank you, Laura.
We'll figure it out.
Time constraint wise here.
Doug Johnson, President of the Kentucky Houndsman Association. I just want to say, if we're talking about year-round trapping for beavers and muskrats only with a completely submerged trap, the houndsman will support that. Thank you.
Do you want to say anything else with your present motion and that has been seconded? I'm getting ready to bring this to a vote. Do you want to say water set trap that's a killing trap only, or body gripping kill trap?
When I read it, I said only a water set, body gripping kill trap. And, be advised that I don't know anything about trap.
Okay. Any further discussion on that item? Yes,
Just
Chris?
clarification on number 3 and 4, the incidental take and extend the hunting season for beaver would also be included in that motion?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, incidental take, yes. Okay, any further discussion among commission members? Yes.
So is the trap submerged or not submerged?
That's what
It's not
No.
submerged.
It is not submerged. Okay. Any further discussion about that issue? I'm gonna, again, ask for show of hands. Oh,
Come to speak.
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Hayes.
Chet Hayes, United Trappers of Kentucky again. Commissioner Morgan was there, along with Representative Turner, along with President of the Houndsman now, Mr. Johnson, 2016, when we sat down and decided what was a water set, what was a defined water set. And they signed off on that as it's written. Right now, they signed off on this 3 years ago. There's no need to bring it up now.
I have a
Thank you.
question, Mr. Hayes.
Yes.
When we all discussed that water set trap, did we discuss it for March?
No,
Did it include March?
No, we're talking about the definition of a water set.
I think he's talking about just the definition
A
of.
cleanup item from 2016.
I
You were
understand.
there.
I was.
Representative
and
Turner was there. And
I was
That
there,
was it.
and we did strike an agreement, and now you're coming back wanting to change it.
No, we're not.
You're wanting to add March.
Okay, okay.
So,
Okay.
No,
I'm
it wasn't
gonna
about
call
the
for question
season, it
on
was
the
about
motion
the
before us.
definition of
Thank-
what a
thank you,
water
Mr.
set
Tracy.
is.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. I'm gonna call for the question on the
We
motion.
lost one.
How many, kind
wants
of,
to wait till you
another
get back,
question.
you have to go back.
How many times on a body grip and on a conibear has a dog been reported caught in a conibear trap that the department knows
On a
about?
watershed,
On a water set conibear trap?
we don't have any.
You know what? There's a 330 conibear sitting right there at the desk. If only that much of that trap's coming in the water, there's 11 inches of that trap open for anything to get in. Why don't I go get it and bring it in and set the table?
Does everybody
I've
know what
seen them.
330 looks like?
I use
I've
them.
got it 330. Everybody knows what 330 looks like.
But I wanna know how many times they've been.
Okay, I'm
that
waiting
we've
for one
had a
commissioner
dog.
to take a vote. Do we wanna do this by district or do we
We
wanna
got
do this
one
by
more
show
want
of
to speak
hands?
from the audience, sir.
Who else wants to speak from the audience briefly? And I mean briefly, because I'm getting ready to sum this up.
That's okay, Kevin's not here.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, sir. Please identify
Terry
yourself.
McClure again, Fifth District. I want to say this about the water sets on my farm exclusively. If a non-target animal gets caught in that trap, it's two reasons. One reason really is trespassing issue. Anybody that's trapped on my property or run dogs that have permission, if your dog gets caught in a trap on a specific piece of property, if you don't have permission there, you're trespassing. And if you do, the landowner lets the trapper or the houndsman say, look, I got traps set, you might catch a non-target animal. So that's something else you guys need to think about running dogs. And also to do nothing about this, directed towards Commissioner Eaton, is crazy. UTK's put a lot of time and effort into this, and to do nothing and keep it as is just flat out stupid. Pass this as is with no amendments, and you guys work on a better solution.
Thank
But
you,
there's a
sir.
solution on the board right now.
Okay, thank you for your comments. While I'm waiting for that other commissioner, I think what we've just witnessed today with this issue is the very reason that I spoke this morning. And I volunteered for this job, and I am privileged and honored to do this. And I am privileged and honored by my other fellow commissioners to be standing up here at the front. But I will tell you, there is absolutely no reason that I should have spent 14 hours in 3 days dealing with this single issue. We have hundreds, virtually hundreds of issues before these people, and we are spinning our wheels and not getting pulled out of the mud when I spend 14 hours of commissioners' times. Because I'm calling these guys, I'm calling these people, I'm calling biologists with issues like this. Now, they're big issues. That's back to my passion. These are big issues to the people who have the tunnel vision of what they see should happen. But in the long haul, we are spending hundreds of hours. I spent 14 in 3 days on a single issue that we should not be doing. We have got to get better cooperation between the different groups that come to us, and then we sit down, and then we didn't resolve anything then. We've got to stop that. We've got to stop that. Because I do not want, in my short maybe tenure as the chairman, I do not want to stop public comment in here and take that microphone away. There is nothing in Kentucky Revised Statute said that microphone's got to be there. But we have got to quit this argument stuff. I know I'm kicking a dead horse, but we need to stop that. The motion before the commission at this point is to adopt the amendment as is written with the amendments that a body trap, kill trap only be used as a water set for the animals listed, and no foothold traps, whether they drowned or just hold, and no snare traps to be used. All of those in favor of that amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those opposed, no. 1, 2, 3. Those abstaining,
I just want us to work it out and get it right.
you're abstaining. Is that what you're doing? Then the majority rules 4-3, motion passes.
Did that include the hunting season?
Everything listed on that? Okay, so 4-3 with 1 abstain. Did you get that? You want me to list the abstain? The abstain is Paul Horn. Thank you. Okay. Next issue, Mr. Garland.
Next issue is amend 301K R 2300, the black bear season requirements. The action item is to add the month of June to the 2020 bear chase season. We discussed this last month. Currently, dogs can be used to chase bears during the months of July and August, as well as September 9th through 30th. Additionally, bears may be chased following the closure of a 2-week bear hunting season with dogs in October. This basically would allow, one extra month in the month of June for chase season.
Let's see, did Paul, is this where you wanted to talk to? Paul, did you have some comment about bear chase? Was this one that you had comments about?
We, this is what came out of committee was chase for June
Yeah,
1st.
Paul had mentioned during committee also for us to look at the zones and the quota limits, but that was for November, that'll be for November.
Okay, okay. So, any discussion on that issue?
We can discuss June.
Yeah, this has already been discussed at one time, and really this is just the add-on of the June thing that everybody agreed upon. Any audience comments on bear chase season? Then the chair recognizes a motion on the floor. Make a motion that we amend 301 KAR 23, the bear season and requirements, as what is written in this action item. Paul Horn. Do I have a second? I have a second from Commissioner Fisher. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chris?
Last thing on the wildlife agenda is Mr. John Hass will give us a presentation on our current black bear research project and population modeling. Major black bear abundance project was initiated in May of 2019 for a 10-county area encompassing Big South Fork bear population. The research is a collaboration between us and the University of Tennessee, and will update bear numbers for the westernmost bear population core. Current abundance numbers we have for this area are almost 10 years old, and although our model is accurate, we still need to investigate population expansion to the north and the west, allowing for further refinement of population modeling. Thanks, sir.
Y'all try to lighten things up a little bit with some statistics.
Yeah, that'll do it.
So when we asked for the funding for this research last year, part of the stipulation was to provide an update after the field season was over this summer. So that's what we're doing here. I additionally want to take an extra minute or two and just explain how these numbers are going to be used, explain how we manage bears in Kentucky. So we're coming off a great summer with our nuisance situation, and that's mainly due to the dedicated staff we've got in the field. So I want to thank them, and I'll thank them a couple more times through this. So we had good food, bears had good food. Stark difference from 2018, where I was real tired of bears at this point. So we've not had any major issues. So this is our bear hunting zones for 2019. So one thing I do at the very first page of that handout is our bear hunting regs for 2019 that are now in the online guide, as well as on the bear hunting page. So they are not in the printed guide. There's a big, when you flip that page over, the second page didn't exist. It was a big advertisement. It's filled in. So if you get questions about bear hunting, point people to the online guide. Let's start in the easy spot. Zone 3 out here, the tan counties, really the periphery of the bear zone. It's a very low bear density. Quota numbers are conservative. I liken this to dipping our toe into hunting in that area. When we made changes in 2017, I wanted to add that zone, but I'm thinking it's probably really not going to have any utility for several more years. It's in place. We kind of can get the bear hunting culture going out there. My biggest thing out here, if you've got a farm, you've got a bear on trail camera, take your muzzleloader during muzzleloader deer season with a bear tag in your pocket. It's a very opportunistic hunting situation out there. So roadkill and nuisance, they tell us bears are present. We get a handful of both of those from those counties, certain spots more than others. So if we hop up to zone 2, so the last 2 years we had our zone 2, we've divided that in half for 2019. Kind of one of the key points of zone 2 across the board is you're very much transitioning from secondary range up on that zone 3, zone 2 border down into primary range. I mean, we certainly have bears down in those areas year round. Whereas Lawrence County, it'd be a flip of a coin whether there's a bear in that county today even. So, not that they wouldn't come and go. Again, parts of that are opportunistic, other parts have a very solid population. We are managing this for growth with a conservative harvest. This is where our future quota is gonna come from, that zone 2 area. And so looking down there at future quota, can't really tell you. We're gonna talk about part of it when we look at the research that we've done this summer in sort of the new zone 2 west. And then we'll talk a little bit about how we're managing over this way. So a lot of our metrics for that zone 2 area are roadkill data. You can see that it has its peaks and valleys. Also nuisance calls. You know, Leslie County, Perry County, Knott County, Wayne, Laurel, they're a big nuisance component every year once you get outside of these core counties. They are important to that overall number. And then, so again, we can look at nuisance reports. We're seeing the same peaks and valleys that we saw in roadkills. And a lot of that is due to our mass crops, specifically white oak acorns. So our field staff do a phenomenal job doing mass surveys every year. We've beefed up what we're doing in the mountain region. And it really comes down to these white oak acres. So the red numbers, this is nuisance bear reports. So if you remember, had a mass crop failure in 2013, had a mass crop failure in 15, and had one in 2018 last year that we're still coming off of. So this fall looks great. That's partly why this 2019 number, you know, we're down in the mid 200s there, which is great. So what I want to highlight with this is there is annual variability. I'm trying to shoot for the middle, kind of the middle ground when we think about this. We know 1 out of every 3 or every other year is going to be low on acorns in the fall, and all the peaks are going to go up, but it's going to come back down. So, and we've really seen, it's hard to take this part of the data into consideration because bear numbers were growing, seasons were much different. But looking here really since about 2012, that's a good solid kind of trend, and the trend is we're up and down. So again, total mortality, just to point that out, this is hunter harvest, this is roadkills, this is everything combined. Didn't really see that big of a peak in 13, but then again, here's 15 and 18. You know, 129 bear mortalities in the state last year. So that's a big number. So our zone 1 county, so we talked about zone 3, zone 2, zone 1. Zone 1 is where it gets fun. That's where the numbers come into play. That's really where I would put the numbers that we've got in Bell Harbor and Letcher County up against any other state in the country as far as the confidence that I have in those numbers. We have, for the last 2 years, been managing the Bell Harbor and Letcher area. That was zone 2 last year. They're going to be individual zones this year. We've managed them for 0% growth. We've got the number of bears that we want in those counties, and we've been able to keep that number. So the growth is actually about 0.4%, so close enough to 0 that I'm happy. McCreary County, we're still managing for population growth. So when we drill down into this, so these are our 2 bear cores. We've got 2 bear cores in Kentucky. One's over here, Bell Harbor and Letcher. The other is McCreary and kind of the southeast portion of Wayne County. This is the model output. To drill into that a little bit more, how do we get that? So I'm going to say hair snares a couple times. I've said them in the past. Anytime that I say hair snares, I'm looking at an abundance number. That's how we get that number. So what we did this summer, we're going to get a number. It's the number of bears, summer of 2019 in the Big South Fork area when we get to that. So what we got here in Zone 1, this is from 2012, 2013. We replicated the project 2 summers in a row. This is, you know, you can see that's Pine Mountain, big main part of Black Mountain right there, and then Cumberland Gap. We did some outlying areas, Redbird in the Daniel Boone National Forest, and this is Kentucky Ridge, just to the west of Pineville. This was using great science. There's been some major changes, but I've still got faith in this. Secondly, the second component of this is vital rates. So you've got abundance, you've got vital rates, and I'll show you a slide at the end that'll bring it all together. But that's our summer trapping. Dr. Kleiner's been with us, putting collars on female bears. We're tracking them with aerial telemetry to look at survival. that is vital rates. So that is survival, mortality, all those things that you need to add on. And then our winter den visits. If you've been with us on a den visit, not a whole lot goes on other than looking at the sex of the cub and counting the cubs. But that's a very important building block to our modeling system. So when we look at summer trapping, couple that with aerial telemetry, with tracking those Kyler bears, this is what I'm talking about with vital rates. So this top metric, that's our female survival rate in the Pine and Black Mountain area. Big South Fork female survival rate right now is almost 100%, but we've had the season closed in 68% of the county for about 2 years, and harvest has always been low. It's important to know males are 4 times more likely to die. They do crazy stuff, they get hit on the road more, but the important metric that I take from this is mortality via hunter harvest is the most probable way that a bear dies, and that's what we want. That's control. If that was roadkill, I've got really no control over roadkill other than sticking up some bear crossing signs, something like that. But when mortality is our most probable harvest, at this table we can move those numbers looking at the data. We can do what we need. It tells me we can do what we need with this bear population. One thing I want to point out, and I've got another ream of papers, but these numbers, starting in 2001, University of Kentucky's had a fantastic string of projects. And this is sort of my desk reference, but it's a PhD dissertation. Oh, I did that. There we go. It's a PhD dissertation. It's a couple of master's dissertations, one of which I'm exceptionally proud of, and then about 12 published papers that we've got off this. So we have implemented a large monitoring and research program since I've been here, but a lot of this is based off years and years and years of peer-reviewed research. So all these numbers, just to point that out. You know, and like I said, we want to have harvest mortality is the biggest thing, because that's under our control. Moving on to winter den visits, just a couple things that pop up. So KBP up here, that's Pine and Black Mountain area, about 2.4 cubs per litter. It's a little bit lower in the Big South Fork, so that tells us that, you know, those populations are kind of different there. We're making more cubs in the east and the mountain country out there. Then our cub sex ratio is important. As density increases, they physiologically adapt to make more male cubs. It's a miracle of bear biology, but that tells us a lot about where we're at. So when you compare Pine and Black Mountain, you know, we're 2-to-1 males to female. Compare that to Big South Fork, we know that we've got some growing to do in Big South Fork. We're not dense. We're not, you know, the habitat is not completely occupied. We get some info about litters. You know, 2 and 3 cub litters are most probable on Pine and Black Mountain, while 2 cub is most probable in Big South Fork. Big South Fork's a little slower to grow, and we get that from these metrics. So, in the most simple way possible, putting this together, I kind of think in my mind, whether these are Legos or building blocks or something, that's how my mind works. At the very bottom, we've got our hair snare work that gives us the number. That's, you know, the work that we've done this summer, that's the 2019 number. The red box, survival mortality rates, tells how many of those bears get to the next year. And then the repro output and the sex ratio tells what to expect. How's the replenishment of the population going? Those two things are always in flux. Other species that we might manage, you know, these boxes of disease and food and habitat can be really important. Luckily for bears, you know, with elk, meningeal worm comes to mind. Might be something that would go in that disease box. Bears don't get anything. They're, you know, literally indestructible. So that's not a component. The food and habitat part. I talked a lot about the acorn crop in the fall. That would seem like that would play into it, but we really collect all that data in the survival and mortality rates. So mortality rates spike when the acorns drop. So we're collecting that down in that red box and don't necessarily need the extra component. I'll save y'all. I was going to get on the whiteboard a little bit, but that's a cartoon representation of what the computer does, and we'll just let it do its thing. But what it spits out is some great numbers for us. And just to throw those numbers out, it lets us know these core areas. So Harlan sits about right here. We know we've got a really heavily dense bear core just to the northeast of it, and down in Cumberland Gap. So, we set our quotas, sort of using the principle in the most simple form of maximum sustained yield, especially in a population that we want 0% growth in. We want to take away the number of bears that are being added to the population every year. So, to do that, and we get lucky that non-harvest makes up about 50% or harvest mortality makes up 50% of the total mortality. You got 50% that the hunters are taking, 50% that are getting hit on the road, getting electrocuted on power lines, all the other ways that bears die. So we set our quotas at 1/2 of that maximum sustained yield. So that's telling the hunters what they can take. So if we look back, 2017, 2018, we had a 6 female bear quota for these 3 counties combined that matches up with the model's suggested harvest that we can take. So the management objectives for these 3 counties have changed. We are now managing for a population reduction and increased hunting opportunity. So that gets at that social carrying capacity idea. We've got lots of bears in those areas, and we want people to have buy-in to live with these bears by having more hunting opportunity, by having more than a day here and a day there, by being invested in the fact that bear hunting is a thing now in these counties. I'm going to get more than a day. So as you can see, our 2019 quota, we're looking at 17 female bears in this area. So considerable increase. That gets to the nuisance. When we flip through, that's 2015, 16, 17, and 18. Those counties are always red. I mean, that's almost 100 reports per county. These are the people that are living with the burden of having bears. So we want their buy-in, and we can get that through hunting. My model can also do some predictive modeling, and it's something that needs to be taken with a grain of salt, but it's something that I look at just to see where we're going into the future. So this is basically, we're looking at, 0 is right now, we're looking at the next 10 years of bringing this population down from about 350 down to just over 300. And I'm encouraged because this line levels out a little bit. We're not on a dive bomb trajectory to 100 bears or something. It's a manageable thing. So that's just another thing that I look at when we're setting these quotas. 17 seems like a strange number. Why wouldn't I make it 15? Why wouldn't I make it 20? And it really is from this predictive model. That curve changes every female in and out of it. So kind of how you end up with an odd random number is from running this model on it. So again, I'm also not able to predict the mass crop, the acorn crop in the fall. But I can know that it's going to go up and down. And I can kind of take that middle average and base the model on that and assume over 10 years, about 3 or 4 of those are going to be a mass crop failure, looking at past history. So we know some things. So Pike County in all those maps is shown up red. It's sort of an outlier in my mind. What differentiates it from Harlan, Letcher, and Bell is the fact that we don't have that good abundance data from Pike County. So it is joined up with Zone 2. I personally think that is an advantage for anybody hunting in Pike County. If we make it its own, that quota is going to come down. You have potential this year to have a 7 female quota across the 3 seasons in Pike County. Kind of looking back at the harvest, if we cut out the counties, throw this map back up, if we cut out the counties that make East Zone 2, 2007, there was a 4 female harvest, 15 males. 2018, there was only 2 females killed in those counties and 12 males. Very heavily male-biased harvest, which is fine. That's great. But that gets to the fact that we're a little bit outside the core range in those areas. We're not down there Harlan County where the male-female harvest is 50-50, where, there's a female, we're outside of that area. So I still, in kind of my management trend, think that East Zone 2 section and West Zone 2 for that matter is the future of bear hunting in Kentucky. We've got lots of room for bear density increase, bear numbers to increase in those areas if we're patient. And a few years down the road, if you ask me what I wanted to do next, it would be running hair snares over in that area, but we'll save that for another conversation. And then with us taking the male quota away, and I want to mention that, I try to mention that every time that we're doing this, we don't have a quota on male bears, it's female based. If you look, this chart down here is all of Zone 2 for the past 2 years. We only hit the female quota in all of Zone 2 once, and that was in the 2018 dog season. A lot of that really rested on Wayne County, and that was my major impetus for dividing that zone. Wayne County shouldn't influence Pike County. So when you divide the zone, we've never even come close to closing any of the seasons based on female harvest. And you can see that 2017 archery and 2018 gun went the full length of the season. So I think we're good with the management scheme up there. So I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. We know the nuts and bolts, kind of seeing how we're managing. I want to shift gears over to the McCreary County area, and then we'll end with a little update of the work we've done this summer. So we've got a 2 female quota in McCreary County. We are still being conservative down in that area, but we're actually 1 female over what the model suggests. Now, that model is based on abundance work that was done in 2010, and the difference between the statistics and the field methodology from 2010 to 2019 is about like, the 1960s Jeep to the 2019 Jeep, It's a whole nother ballgame. And that is why we asked for funding to redo some of this work this summer. So after they dumped bears off, they brought bears from the Smokies up to the Big South Fork. 2009 was the first time anybody touched the place, and we looked at some genetic work. The key point here is there's no connectivity between the Big South Fork and all the rest of the bears that we've got in Kentucky. So that means we've got to be just a little bit more careful. They're isolated. I think that's changed. This work will let us know if it has, but that's essentially why we've been conservative. When we ran hair snares in 2010, myself and another graduate student at UK ran this entire chunk. All these dots are individual bait hair snare sites. When we zoom in on it, you can start seeing these dots with a little circle around it. Those are ones that we actually recorded through genetic analysis of bear hit. And what was really alarming at the time, half the county did not have bears at that time. Literally, we did not have a snare hit except that one at the very top that was on the east side of Highway 27 running through the middle of it. So what we thought was a county full of bears turned out not to be the case. We've expanded on that. So this is a map. Those red dots are what we did in 2010. The blue clusters are what we just finished this summer. So if you look at acreage, drawing polygons around it, it's a 10-fold increase in the amount of land that we covered. Additionally, you can see that both of these projects were matched up with Tennessee. This is a population that crosses the state border. They don't know it's there. It's in the middle of Big South Fork. They got no idea. People can't even find the border. So it's something that we've got to do together. And they funded their half of the project. It was a huge project. But it'll give us better numbers. I know what they harvest every year. They in turn know what we harvest every year. We can manage this as an entire population as we should. To zoom in just a little bit more, this is essentially West Zone 2. This is 2019's West Zone 2. We've censused the entire area. There's a little problem with the Russell-Wayne County border over here where you can't really put a hair snare up in the lake. So we lost the grid over here, but that's all right. So we're gonna now have numbers that we, just like we used to manage Belhar and Letcher counties for that entire zone. And that is gonna be a major improvement. And I think we'll get exactly what we want as biologists and what the hunters want is more opportunity once we have these numbers. So we had 7 technicians hired through the University of Tennessee that were tasked with most of the work on these, but Matt Catcher down in Wayne County was instrumental on getting people on property. There's no substitute for a local county guy pulling up a Fish and Wildlife truck to get permission. The same on most of the eastern half. Tristan Curry got permission, got snares set, and got the work done. And then everybody the last week pitched in to get this thing set so we could run it. So, results. Every one of these little green dots is a hair snare site. The bigger the dot is, the more hits we had. This isn't bear numbers, this is samples pulled from those snares. So typically when a bear goes in, it'll go in on one side and go out on the other. So numbers don't matter. There's gonna be a black dog or two in there somewhere, but it gives you a good idea of where we're picking up bears. So to approximate the old core that we looked at on kind of that blue and red map, we know we got bears in that area, and it's about that big, but look at just a sort of an estimation of that expansion. If you would've told me we would've got as many samples from Laurel, northern Pulaski County, and then up there, Rockcastle and North Laurel County, that's a major expansion. What I expected, that will allow us to manage better. We're gonna manage that entire area together, possibly even getting rid of McCreary County as a separate zone altogether. So I think we got a very strong bear population over there. We're looking at roughly 1 year before we have some cursory numbers. So the real holdup on doing this kind of work is the genetics analysis. There's one lab in Canada that does it for the entire world, and this is the way to count a lot of species these days. If you can get an animal to go to a bait site, you can count them this way, so they're backlogged. It's about a year wait. So we're looking at having that data back in about a year. Where I'm at with this right now is I don't want to prematurely change anything. I think we can make some major changes once we get that data back, once we run the models. And we'll be able, like I said, to kind of use this building block, the same model that we've applied to Harlan, Letcher, and Bell with great success. So at this point, the last page in your packet is a request for FY20 funding. So a summer field season is strange because half the big money spending was in the last fiscal year, and at July 1, we went to the new fiscal year. So really about half the big dollars are in this one. Additionally, we've got several $1,000s worth of genetic analysis and the support of the grad student who's going to do the brunt of the analysis on this project. So I'm making a formal request for FY20 funding, although it's been approved as a 3-year project. Just so we've got that on record, and when we write up the contract for UT, we'll be good to go. I want to mention, I'm happy to talk with that. You know, we can drill into this for hours if we want to. I'm an open book. Garland says I'm done. But
It's just for that.
I'm always happy to talk about this. I'm proud of the numbers that we've got. It's not without the sweat of our field staff that does what I need them to do, and they understand why they're doing it.
Back up one slide.
Yep.
I wanted to tell you that I've got pictures that have been sent by the sheriff of bears in Cumberland County. He's got two different, I'm looking about wonder where Burkesville is in Cumberland. Where is that?
About right where you were pointing.
Right in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just before you get into Burkesville. Got pictures of two. One, I'm gonna guess about a 400-pound boar. Huge.
Yep.
Huge boar, and a smaller bear, probably a small male, but just over in the Cumberland. So I've got pictures there. I will tell you all, if any of the commissioners are interested in going on one of the forays on doing some of this bear research, it is really interesting. I went with John and his team down in McCreary County, and of course I've been back to take a few people, a couple of legislators and we took Deputy Commissioner of Tourism to view bears, and they did a great job of showing off what they do. And the care of those bears is really amazed me. I mean, they've got them, the minute that they get that female down, they've got her on oxygen, pulsometers, they're checking her, they're making sure that mama's taking good care of. It's really interesting to watch how they do. And they'll put you to work if you want to go on setting snare traps. They'll put you to work. Now, you may go in there and go in the woods as a commissioner. When you come out, you're just one of the grunts and probably sweating and wet from where they put you to work. But it is really interesting, and if any of you commissioners want to go, I'm sure John would be glad to have you.
We've got a big winter of den work. We've got about 25 to do.
Oh, true. It is really interesting. I have really enjoyed going with them. So any of you who would consider that, you might. I'll put you up here if you want to come over here.
John, at our last committee meeting, we discussed and made a motion on looking at Wayne County for 2020. How long do you think before you'll have that data to look at Wayne County for 2020?
Oh, it's not. We're not going to be able to look at it for 2020. We'll probably have the first numbers September, October next year from this collection this summer. So I'm looking. I think 2021 would be a goal for that one.
Once you have all this data, will you be able to compile and forecast population expansion and then
Yeah.
potential increase of hunting as it builds?
Yeah, yes and no. We'll be able to really forecast, just like I had with the green line on that one chart, what we're doing within the area that we have hair snared, within that zone. As far as expansion outside, you can get at that a little bit. I've got some of that info for Harlan, Letcher, and Bell, that this model puts out a density. It's essentially that weird looking polygon, but then it's like a heat map. Dense, density is the lowest. And really, I mean, one of the first things I'm gonna do is put all that in there. If the hot parts go all the way to the edge, then we know we really didn't capture the entirety of that core area, and that we might need to go in and make a loop around the outside of them. I'm suspecting that it's gonna be real hot right here, and then that we've about captured the reasonable area. So that's one way that we would be able to predict a little bit on the expansion front.
Any other questions for John? Thank you, John.
Thanks again, appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Chris, have you got anything else? Anybody got anything else for Chris?
He does a heck of a job. He did.
That's pretty interesting. It's interesting about it. You're good, Chris?
What is it?
I'd like to offer John some help financially with this Pike County snare setting when you get ready to do that. My organization's looking for some projects like this, and it's a good way for us to spend some money.
Super, super. Thank you. Absolutely. So, Chris, I guess we're done with the wildlife division.
We got a vote.
No, I don't think it's an action item.
It says action item.
What's that?
Action
I
item.
think it's a vote for the funding.
As the
You already
month of
voted-
June
you already
of
voted to fund it
2020
for
bird
multiple
chase
years.
season.
Hang on.
The project was a multi-year project, you already approved.
Yes.
So we just want
You
to
put
bless
that
and
in.
continue, to make sure, clarify that you're still good with continuing the project. I don't know if that really needs a vote or just your blessing.
Is there a difference?
It's a vote.
It's a vote.
I have one question. John, does Tennessee take care of their financial part of that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's about right at 50-50. We're just a little bit bigger of an area. It costs us a little bit more.
Do we have to vote on anything over 25,000?
Or any research project?
It's already been voted and approved.
It has been voted on. It's already been voted on.
Does it say action item there? I have information.
Informational item, Black Bear Research
Yeah, okay.
Progress Report.
So it's information item, it's not an action item.
But he asked for a blessing. I'm not sure what that means.
I think it's a continuation of what we funded.
Continuation.
That's why you have a preacher on it.
Well, I didn't know.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Yes.
thank Commissioner Storm, Karen, Brian, and everyone for the opportunity to be the Wildlife Division Director.
Yes.
Looking forward to working with you
Yes, I should
gentlemen.
acknowledge
And,
that.
I'm a little biased, but I think we've got the best division in the agency. So look forward to working with you.
That sounds like Steve Bean. I like to report to Bean that you think it's the best too. Okay.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Any other new business before the commission? Any new business needs to be brought up at this time for new business?
May I say, there's a couple gentlemen out of my district here, they thought an item was gonna be here, and I don't know if you would bless them just speaking to it, because
What
it's
item
probably,
was it that
it's gonna be a future item.
a future item?
Yeah, and, I don't know if you all would want to do that. I'm asking him to bless that, so,
We're going to start blessing it.
okay, okay.
Well, if you want to get on committee, be sure that you're here for those committee meetings. That's when I really am encouraging everybody to respond with their giving a handout, and I'll say this again because I've said it before, getting a handout 3 or 4 minutes before a vote is very difficult on these guys. It's a lot of pressure on them because they need to vote prior to, go ahead.
Roger, you had something to?
Yeah, I'm on it.
Yeah, he's on the agenda. I'm coming to that.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I was saying that it's very good to get information from you all, and we appreciate all the information, but it's even better if they get it committee-wise and not just a few minutes before a vote, because it makes it very difficult to peruse that information prior to a vote. Yes, sir?
So, on the next commission committee meeting, they'll discuss the change to the Pine and Weapons area in November, correct?
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So are you okay with that?
We'll be at that meeting.
Super. So any other new business?
There it is.
Okay. Then the item number 10 is a special presentation from Mr. LaPointe. He's going to tell us about the annual achievements of the Kentucky Hunters for the 100. Mr. LaPointe? Yes, sir.
And I'll keep it brief since I'm the only one keeping Jeff from lunch, I believe.
No, you're
Well,
not,
we've got
you're actually
executive
not
session.
keeping me
We've got
from it. I've
executive
got it
session.
right
I
here.
think he
Yeah,
But you're gonna feed them.
I bring it with me.
When I retired from the corporate world, I promised myself I'd never give another PowerPoint presentation the rest of my life. Young man, you did a great job, by the way, but I will never do another PowerPoint, so
Okay.
I'm sparing you all that. Last commission meeting, I gave you all the 2018 season finals for Hunters for the Hungry. And just to recap, that was 310,960 meals that were provided to the less fortunate throughout the state. That was 1,460 deer donated, and that was up 539 from the previous year. And that equates to 62,192 pounds of venison. Donations were Zone 4, we took 20 deer. Zone 3 was 7. Zone 2, 2,002. And Zone 1, 1,231 deer. So we're hitting our targets in the Zone 1. Well, not really our targets, but we're getting the majority of deer from the Zone 1 areas. Grays County had 332 deer donated by themselves. So it's amazing there. And that's over 50 charities throughout the Commonwealth that benefited from the hunters' donations. So we're doing an excellent job there getting the venison distributed throughout the Commonwealth. But we don't rest on our laurels. So what we're going to do in 2019, we're part of the Hunger Initiative that Agriculture Commissioner Brian Quarles is leading. And we're working with them to identify potential processors throughout the state. And we're targeting USDA-approved processors. And we've got 11 USDA-approved processors that's a part of our network. But remember, a deer cannot be USDA certified because it has to be killed in front of a USDA processor, and there's no way that can happen. So, but it is a USDA-approved facility. So what we'd like to do is have more of them, but honestly, there's not that many more in the state. So, but we have brought on 12 new processors to increase our footprint in eight counties. Barron, Callaway, Carter, Cumberland, Hardin, McLean, Mercer, and Pendleton all have approved processors in their counties this year. With this brings new charities and food bank partnerships as well. These new processors are plugged into a few areas that are needing service, but the maps that I distributed earlier shows that we still have places that we really need to get to, especially in the western part of the state. Brian, you brought to my attention that you're lacking some. And it's one of the things that we find hard to do because we don't know what processes are out there. I mean, they come and go fairly regularly. And we just don't take any processor. It's got to be really word of mouth from one of you all that says, hey, I've got a processor, they're really good, and we want to look at them and make sure that they're meet a criteria of being, you know, very clean, high satisfaction rating from hunters that are out there. We look at their social media, we look at what other hunters are saying before we bring somebody on, and if possible, we go out and visit the facility as well. So, but we still need we need more processors in Zone 1 counties. So, new this year, we have mobile donation stations. We've had 2 refrigerated trailers donated to our organization from 2 different funders. They haven't publicly been announced, so I don't want to steal our thunder, but it's going to be coming up in the next couple of weeks, of the announcements for that. So we're going to be using these for special hunts throughout the state. Transportation of venison and to supplement processor storage if needed. They've already been booked for a special mentor hunt in the Taylorsville Lake WMA, and the youth hunt in the western part of the state being put on by Peach Group and QDMA. So we feel this is going to be a game changer in upping our service delivery throughout the state, and especially if we can leverage Asian carp. We have a refrigerated way to bring that from the western part of the state to the eastern part of the state. So I'm looking forward to being to make that happen. So we've been talking, Karen and I have been talking that since I took the position. So this is pretty exciting. We've diversified our funding this year. We brought on board more sponsors. We've got the Soybean Growers Association that helped fund us this year. Palmer Roofing, Whitaker's Country, Cedar Sticks Archery in Owensboro, Whitetail Properties, Pete's Group, Q to May always sponsors us, Friends of the NRA, Larry's Group, Safari Club, they're always big sponsors as well. So we're reaching out to more different places in order to diversify our funding, so not depend on just some major ones. So every little bit helps in that, and frankly, funding is probably our biggest hurdle, because I'm kind of hand to mouth every year, setting quotas to number of deer I can actually take. So the more monies I bring in, the more quotas I can bring up. Subsequently, the more deer we can get out to charities. And we bring on this Asian carp. You added what else? What am I going to need? It's always funding. It's always funding. So we developed a partnership with the 4-H shooting sports. We had a pilot program last year, it was 3 counties, and this year we're expanding it to 12. So we're giving opportunities to kids to become more involved in our programs and get back to the community. So both 4-H and the Hunters for the Hungry are excited about this, as well as the Department of Agriculture. They're big into the 4-H as well. Cookwild, Kentucky. We partnered with them with the UK College of Agriculture, Food and Environment as part of the Cookwild Initiative, and they'll be distributing and posting recipes on how to cook various wild game with nutrition facts about each. We have had several food banks that came to us and say, hey, we're giving this venison out, but when we give it to a single mom who's never cooked wild game, they're kind of looking at us like deer in the headlights look, not to kind of a pun there, but they don't know how to cook it. So UK is getting these recipes for us, very simple ones like venison sloppy joes, of course the old standby chili, meatloaf, stuff like that. So they're giving a person who come into a food bank, they're giving them the recipe, and the food bank's also giving them all the ingredients to make that meal. So that's, I think it's a huge win. And October 8th, at the Scott County Extension Office, they're going to do an event, a launch party for this event for Cookwild, Kentucky. All of you all are invited to attend. It's 10 to 12, Scott County Extension Office, October 8th. I'd love for you all to be there because I think it's huge. So Commissioner Swallows, if you could make it, that'd be awesome.
Gotcha.
Plus the rest of y'all too. I get to pick on Ralph.
No carry out, Ralph.
There's food involved.
There you go. What else we've done, we've increased our social media presence and advertising. We've got a new updated website that's mobile friendly with an interactive map to help find the closest participating processor. That's one of the things we get from people out in the state. Where is the closest processor? Now they can just take their mobile phone, find the processor, and they can pull up the map that you all have in front of you and find out exactly how to get to that processor. Our Facebook presence has just jumped off the face. I mean, it's really increased. And we've increased our marketing of our Whitetail Access program to give hunters more access to private hunting and farming ground. We've placed ads in several publications to meet our target audience of landowners and farmers. We're going to be featured on Kentucky Afield, the magazine, which is going to give a list of our processors. And I filmed a segment with Chad Miles here the other day to how to donate a deer, and I'm going to be on their blog with Chase Winiger and Lee McClellan to talk about our program later on this year. Plus, we're going to be at 2 local radio shows, one in the Bowling Green area and one in the Louisville area. And we took part in the Southeast Kentucky Deer Expo earlier this year in Dare County, which got a lot of traction there. And we had a presence at the NASS tournament in Louisville. On October 19th and 20th, we're going to be hosting a deer camp at the Taylorville Lake WMA, and it's part of a mentor hunt that's being put on by Fish and Wildlife and Fern Creek Sportsman's Club. We have several mentors. Colonel Label is one of the mentors that we're going to be utilizing, him and his wife. And we've got, I believe right now, 10 brand new hunters that we're going to be teaching how to deer hunt after being part of the Fern Creek field events. And it'll be the first time we're gonna use our mobile donation stations, and we're gonna have like a deer camp situation where hunters can come in, get a bowl of chili, get a hot dog, swap stories, and hopefully this donate a deer to us. So we're kind of looking forward to that. We think that's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to advertise throughout the area since it's muzzleloading weekend to make sure that hunters know that they can drop a deer off there. So with that, deer donated so far. Well, when I was filming that clip with Chad, it was at C&J Deer Processing, and they had just had a young man bring in a buck in velvet that he donated, and then when I got home, Moonlight Processing in Whitley County called me about a young man who donated a large 10-pointer that yielded 65 pounds of meat, and that's enough to feed 325 meals. So 2 kids donated their very first deer this year, and that's the first 2 deer I found. So that's kind of what gets me pumping and gets me going. Now, that's what I think the program's about. So it gives hunter opportunity. We get to feed the hungry. They get to learn how to give charity. I mean, what's better than that, you know? So anyway, that's 2019, and we also have something else that I wish the audio quality would have been better, but we filmed Commissioner Swallows on a hunter challenge. And Ralph, if you want to speak a little bit to that, I'm going to put you on the spot. He's got a challenge to you all.
Yeah. And I'll issue it to this commission and my fellow commission members that I challenge you all to donate a deer to Hunters for the Hungry for this season, as I will donate the first deer I take. I hope you'll accept my challenge.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I really appreciate the support of Fish and Wildlife. I can't do this program without you in a nutshell. And Dr. Waldrop, Gabe Jenkins has been the lifesavers for me. I can't do it without those 2 as well. So thank you, Karen. So, and I thank all of you all for being supportive of us as well. So that's my presentation.
Well, thank you, Mr. LaPointe, for your great contribution, and please pass on. Please pass on to all those who volunteer to help and those who are doing things to assist you with these kids. Please pass on the gratefulness of the commission on to them and all that they do.
The only thing I ask for you in your all's districts, if you know of any funders that we'd love to be able to put them on our website as supporting us. So please pass the word. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Billy.
Okay. Number 11 on our agenda today is executive session. We're going to need to go into executive session, but before we do that, I want to read information about that. All meetings of a quorum of the members of any public agency at which any public business is discussed or at which any action is taken by the agency shall be public meetings, open to the public at all times except for specific items listed in KRS 61.810. The Commission has business today that will require entering into closed session. Prior to entering into that closed session, KRS 61.815 requires notice of the general nature of the business to be discussed in the closed session, the reason for the closed session, and the provision of KRS 61.810 that authorizes it. In today's session, we will be discussing an employee's performance review, land acquisition, and a feasibility study for a potential land acquisition. The session will be closed to maintain the privacy of the employee and protect the state's interest in the purchase of land. The closed session is authorized by KRS 6.810 under Section 1F Frank for the personnel matter and Section 1B Boy for the land acquisition and feasibility study. No final action will be taken in the session and no other business will be discussed other than what I have just described. So I need a motion from a board or from a commission member that we go into executive session.
So moved.
So moved. I need a second. Dr. Carlos made the motion, second from Kevin Bond. So we will move into executive session. Thank you for your attendance today. You may come back after we come out of executive session if you so want to.
5 minutes? 5 minutes?
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll take a little break, let the room clear.
See you around.
Bring the food.